Welcome, everybody, to the RedDeathMask stream. How's everybody doing tonight? Tonight we are going to do what we normally do and read some spooky stories. But first, I want to talk about something very important and maybe hasn't been overlooked in the news, but people aren't talking enough about it, and I wanted to mention it here at the top of the stream. So remember this guy? Here, we'll pull him up here. The ShamWow guy. Known for such fame, such iconic fame as Slap Chop and ShamWow and all that stuff. Basically cringy infomercials, in other words. Well, he has been running for office in Texas, and he is suing GOP lawmakers because they took his nickname off the ballot, and he says that contributed to his loss. If he could have had ShamWow, Vince Lombardi, or Shlomi ShamWow on the ballot, he thinks that he could have won. And I want to say formally that I think you lost, Vince, the ShamWow guy, because you were arrested for beating a prostitute. That is my main. Here's your mugshot. Looks like you got punched, but you also punched her. I think that has a lot more to do with, the fact that you just couldn't cut into the GOP, you couldn't make that cut. And I just want to say, formally that, I guess plenty of people joined the GOP that, have abused sex workers, and they're doing great. So I understand why you would go into the GOP thinking that, they would accept you with open arms. But at the same time, you're just not really going to cut it with only infomercial fame. And then the only other thing that you're famous for, is beating a prostitute, Like, you have Mike Lindell, right? Like, he had My Pillow, but he also had the ex-crack addict angle. But even he was still ostracized, by the larger community. Now he's in debt up to his ears, being sued by everyone on the planet. And where are all of his friends now? They're not buying My Pillows, I can tell you that much. So I just wanted to kind of start off with something fun, and that is that the Vince, aka Mr. ShamWow, is a clown. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I don't know why I wanted to start talking about that. I know it has very little to do with the creepypastas and horror, but his life is kind of a horror story. And I think another, it was I'm Trapped in a Sitcom was the CREEPCAST episode this week. I think I'm trapped in an infomercial. I'm trapped. I'm Vince, the ShamWow guy. I think that could be a cool creepypasta. Because his life is kind of a nightmare, and he is kind of a joke. I really like this article. Shout out to Yahoo News for really both of these. The altercation took place last month at the Miami Beach, the Smoking Gun reports. On February 7th, Shalomi went back to his $750 room at the heavenly luxurious Setai Hotel, where he paid 26-year-old Sasha Harris about $1,000 for her services. During a kiss, Herod reportedly bit Shalomi's tongue and wouldn't let go. Shalomi says he beat her repeatedly to make her stop biting. When Harris finally got off him, Shalomi, bleeding, ran down to the hotel lobby where security called the police. I just love that behind every, wannabe politician, failed actor, although he wasn't a failed actor fully. I mean, he got paid off those commercials. But there's always some weird sort of story like this. I mean, you have the Tim Allen smuggling coke allegations. You have the, everything with like the Epstein files coming out. You have just all these like subtle. I mentioned the Mike Lindell, crack. The government of Toronto, smoking crack on camera and admitting to it. And all these stories, they're just goofy, they're wacky, and they kind of warm my heart to know, and to see when they demand to be taken seriously later in life, having done nothing to clean up their act or show that they've changed or whatever, and then they want the responsibility of representing the people. I just always find it fun to look back at these past I don't even know if you can call them mistakes. He meant to do it, but these past blunders, so to speak, and enjoy them because they make me laugh. But anyways, let's get into the topics of today, which the topic number one, first and foremost, is going to be... Yeah, my mic's coming through. I want to double check and make sure, because I don't have anyone in the chat to tell me, which is fine. It's 2 a.m. on a Friday night. I get it. But I just want to make sure that my audio is coming through before I really get into the stories and stuff here. Okay. And every, wannabe politician. My voice sounds great. Sounds amazing. No. Anyway, so first things first, we are going to be reading. We got 3 stories on the docket tonight. We might be reading more. We'll see. But I got. I went to a party, and I saw a goblin. No one believed me. By Goofyahnnamez. I don't know how to say his Reddit name, but very interesting title. Has the tag of comedy horror, so I'm very excited to start with this story. From a new author. Haven't read any of their stuff before, but I'm really looking forward to. I love a good comedy horror, and the title is certainly intriguing. And just in time for St. Patty's Day, I was trying to think. I was like, I guess this is my St. Patty's Day themed. And goblins, notoriously green creatures, boom, St. Patty's Day theme covered, done. And then next we will have The Last Man on the Mountaintop, episode 1 from Harold Sleeper. So this is kind of a longer, he posts a lot of like shorter stories. This is kind of a longer one that he's been working on for a while now. And I'm really excited to check it out and give my thoughts on it. Harold's frequently in the chat. a cool person who is active in my community, and I'm looking forward to reading this story. So shout out to you, Harold. Congrats on finishing this. I know, or on finishing the first part. I know you've been working on it for a while, and that's always like, if you're doing an episodic thing or a multi-part series, always, starting's, usually the hardest part. So I'm happy for you. I'm excited to check it out. And then last we have from the TheJellyToaster status report, sci-fi horror. I think it's a space, like a space, kind of like an alien-esque vibe. At least that's from the little bit I skimmed. That's the vibe I get. Like, people working on like a maintenance shuttle that their job is to just kind of be on standby, sort of a thing, and it goes wrong. But that's very, very exciting, cool sounding story. And I always like when people take big swings, because that's what creepypasta is about, right? Like, do that sci-fi horror, do that like alternate dimension crazy thing, because why not? It's creepypasta. I love a good simple creepypasta where it's just like, I think there's a killer, in my apartment, or across the street or whatever. I like those too, but it's always fun to just see how in the course of a short story, how much people can kind of do, and how much world building they can establish quickly. And yeah, so I'm really excited to read all three of these. We, of course, have Mr. Americana pulled up, because I'm always, sorry, I got a beard hair in my mouth. Always willing to read more parts of that. It's ongoing. harveybrusse, friend of the show, is, killing it. It's a great series. You should check it out if you haven't already. And also on that note, Harvey sent me a message about a really cool ARG, which I believe he called it. I don't want to pull up my Discord messages on stream. But I guess I should figure out the name if I want to promote it. It might be called. It was. It's gonna annoy me because I had the name a second ago. I remembered it. Transmissions. Okay, that's what it was. So yeah, okay, sorry that it's up here. I was like, it should be up here, but then I saw the name of the channel and that wasn't it. Transmissions. So I'm not gonna play it on stream right now because I don't have the permission of the person who created it, the creator. But I've watched part one, and I will say it's definitely creepy. And I think I started to watch like part two. They're only like 1, 2, 3 minute little pieces. Very cool sound design, I will say. Very cool aesthetic. It's all like black and white. And yeah, it's just unsettling. And I'm curious to have the binary, because it does flashes of binary, and to translate them. I don't know if I'll have to like transcribe it out, or because unfortunately you can't just copy the text in the video. I don't think, at least I don't know how to do that. But yeah, I'm curious to see where it goes. And I'm also just I like to see, it was posted on Tales from the Creep. I like to see people doing different things, and using the ARG tag, like correctly, and that this is a story that primarily, it looks like, starts on this YouTube channel. You watch these, like, I think there's 7 videos The most recent one I think came out just like a few months ago. So as far as I know, it's still being made. But it seems like a cool series, and it has fairly low views. And yeah, I want more people to check it out because I'm gonna be checking it out, and I might spend a future stream here even watching it and trying to uncover the mystery behind it, because it's not, at least in the first few tapes or videos, it's not clear what the story is, or what, there's some eerie shots. There's some stuff that looks like maybe it was a crime scene or like a murder. There's some what looks like to be blood and maybe like a weapon or something on like a sink or something like that. But it's very cool. And here, like, so it flashes the binary, and then the guitar sounds are super eerie and cool too. And like, I see Harvey commented on it, and he was like asking questions about the guitar, because see this like razor blade with like it looks like blood splatter. That's what it was. But I think one thing that like a lot of people maybe don't talk about as much is like music in ARGs. I feel like is very important when you use it. Obviously, there's plenty of times where you don't have anything. It's just like background noise or the camera moving around. But just it's just simple strumming on a guitar. Like, it's not really a full song, but he's just bending the strings, and it's just so eerie and cool. And it reminds me of like the tritone, which is like, I'm not a musician, so I don't know how to describe it, but it's just a very eerie, like ting, 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 ting. And if you just repeat that over and over again, apparently like the monks who invented music or whatever used to believe that it like held demonic power. And yeah, it's just very cool. It gave me that kind of vibe where I just felt like the more the guitar plays, and the more whatever it's building to something. And I just think, it shows that in a series like, there's very little information actually being portrayed, but just with something simple, like some simple black and white kind of images and different cuts to different things, and then some cuts to some codes. What's up, Harvey? You can create a lot of, like simple sense of foreboding with that. And it's been cool so far from what I've watched. So I'm not going to watch it on stream because I want to actually get, the creator's permission if I do that. But yeah, it's, check it out. Transmissions by, is it Narthanex? I guess that's what I'll call them. Narthanex, check it out. They posted it on Tales from the Creep, and it's a cool ARG. And this is the other reason I want more people to check it out, because I want people to decode the binary for me so I don't have to, but who knows, maybe I'll do it one day. We'll see if I have the time. But yeah, so that is what we got going today. Check out Transmissions, check out Goofyahhnamez, and the other authors, follow them, upvote their stories, comment on their stories, all that good stuff. But I think other than that, we should just get into it. Oh, and then the other thing I just will say real quick is, I don't know when I'll be streaming again. I know I haven't streamed as much recently. It is because the big day is coming up very soon. I'm getting married. My weekends are very busy. My schedule, my work schedule is busy, but also my weekends are just very busy. So if you don't see me streaming in the next few weeks, or like even the next month, don't be worried. I'm busy doing the newlywed game, so to speak. But yeah, but I will be back, and hopefully better than ever. Hopefully I will have once we're married, I'll have plenty of time to stream, and do all the stuff that a new husband should be doing in addition to streaming. So I look forward to that. And the reason I say that is because I've had more than a few people, either new authors, reach out to me, or authors whose stuff I've already read reaching out to me to check out new stuff. And I always do wanna read it on stream or just even look at it in my free time. But I've also got a pretty busy schedule. So if I don't respond, or I don't, whatever, just don't take it personally. I got a wedding to throw together, so that's what's going on. But yeah, let's get into it. I went to a party and I saw a goblin. No one believed me. I have to say, I mean, knowing nothing about this story, I really like when fantasy, and I get that like werewolves and stuff are fantasy, but I guess I'm saying like more traditional fantasy elements are incorporated not only into like horror, but just like modern works in general. Um, it's why I like lit RPGs as much as I do, I think. It's why it's just fun. I like to see, I've always wondered like what would a modern day person be like if they were just transported into like the Lord of the Rings universe. And it would be a culture shock, obviously, and there would be a lot of, fish out of water issues with that. But I find it interesting, and I like when people use like a troll, for instance. Like a troll is something that usually you would see in like fantasy, like, guarding a bridge, or, in a cave or something like that. But I feel like that works a lot for horror too, right? And so I think there's a lot of room for kind of overlap. And so I just like that this story immediately, comes out and is like, I went to a party, I saw a goblin, no one believed me. And yeah, that's just a funny title. It's a funny way to start a story. I am curious though, off the bat, did you just see a goblin like in the trees, or did you physically like talk to a goblin or have some sort of encounter with a goblin? Because if I was at a party, like especially if I was young and at a party, and I thought I saw something supernatural that no one else around me saw, I think I would pretty quickly start to second guess myself and like not believe whatever that that this monster was real. So yeah, it's just kind of fun already. The premise of it I like a lot. Here, let's get some Hours by Max Anson going. I have my headphones on. I guess maybe they're connected to my phone. That's what it was. Okay. I just want to have a little. I want to be able to have a little bit of stuff playing. It's always too damn quiet when I stream. I hate it. One day I'll stream during the day when things are loud and cars are driving by, and I'll be way less nervous at the beginning because of it. Yeah, what up, Harvey? Good to have you here, my man. It's always good when someone else is awake when I am, you know. Hope you're doing well. Thank you too for the for showing me transmissions, you know. I'm excited to fully watch it. I want to actually spend some time you know, decoding the messages and stuff and see what I can figure out. And then, you know, maybe bring that knowledge into a stream or something would be fun. Because right now it's like, it's cool on an artistic level and, you know, but I've only watched like the first 2 parts and, you know, I'm not sure what the story is or even, I'm sure there is somewhat of a story, but I'm just not sure what it is yet. And so it's kind of exciting when you got something to investigate, you know. That's the fun of an ARG, is you got to be a little bit of a detective and figure it out for yourself. But yeah, let's get into it. It's gonna bother me that Goofyahhnamez, or is it Goofyahhnamez? Who knows? Oh, nice. See, Harvey's already got a Google Doc of some of the binary. Well, yeah, I'll be definitely curious to chat with you about that. I don't know, maybe I could talk to the creator and then we could do a stream or something where you bring in the Google Doc of what you have already decoded, and then we decode some of the other parts or whatever, to just kind of catch us up bothly, because it's only, you know, there's only what, like 7 parts and they're each just a couple minutes long, so we could, I think, pretty quickly go through it. Are goblins real? I'm scared. They might be. We don't know. We're about to find out. Let's get into it. And what is up, Jape Juice 617? Yeah, that would it would be fun, Harvey. I'm down if you are. It would be cool to not only do, but then, like, if more parts are coming out, which I assume there are, then we'd be completely caught up, and then we'd have the document to just like refer back to, so, you know, we could continue to tie pieces together and stuff. But I went to a party and I saw a goblin. No one believed me. I did not even want to go to Tyler's party. Why did I say Terry? That's funny. Not even want to go to Tyler's party. He has an obnoxious personality. Uh-oh. He has an obnoxious personality. It is always crowded, and the house always smells like smoke and ass. I only went to the party because my best friend Mark begged me to. Dude, you gotta come to Tyler's tonight. He's throwing a massive party, Mark's voice said through the phone. What? Tyler? That guy's a massive douchebag, I said reluctantly, scoffing as Mark knows I hate parties and have horrible anxiety. Bro, I know, but it's supposed to be the biggest party he's ever thrown. He's going to have all kinds of drinks. He's gonna get food from that really good pizza place down the road, dude. I hear he's getting Johnny Knoxville to come over. Already, it's like he's gonna have all kinds of drinks. Doesn't say what kind of drinks they are. Like, he's gonna have all kinds of drinks, like Keystone Light and Bud Light. Whoa, you know. Like, he's got a slightly better shitty beer And then he's like, and he's getting pizza not from, you know, Papa Murphy's or Little Caesars, but from the good pizza place down the road that's not part of a big corporate national chain. And it's like, damn. And then the third thing, just totally outlandish. I heard he's getting Johnny Knoxville to come. And you're like, really? Cool, you know. Because the first two things are very kind of believable. Like, you know, I remember going to a party, as I assume these people are in high school, and yeah, it's like, oh, they've got, you know, their parents, you know, whatever, they have a mini bar, and so it's like, oh, we're not just gonna be able to drink shitty beer or what, you know, but it's gonna be like good hard alcohol or this and that. And then it's just funny that, you know, the third thing is Johnny Knoxville, which would be very cool to go to a party that Johnny Knoxville was at. Like, I agree, that would be awesome. But then also it's like, yeah, Johnny Knoxville's gonna come. He's gonna staple his nutsack to a tree and light it on fire. It's like Johnny Knoxville isn't. I mean, I guess any Jackass guys are technically like a party act. Like, you know, they're gonna come and maybe throw themselves into a table or, you know, just be jackasses, right? Like, but it's just, I don't know. It's just funny to me that is what this rumor that his friend Mark repeated, you know. Yeah, it's just it's painting a good picture of, you know, kind of, maybe not fully stupid, but kind of, you know, innocent, whatever, high school kids, you know. And I loved Jackass in high school, so I'm not, like, knocking it. I probably would be right there with these kids being like, that sounds sick, you know. But, yeah, well, I hope they feed the Goblin pizza, and then I hope Johnny Knoxville staples his nutsack to the Goblin's forehead, you know. I think that would be awesome. I sighed and said sarcastically, wow, that sounds incredible, I muttered, shaking my head, as I could give less of a shit and wanted to stay home and play video games and drink a beer after an awful day at work. Okay, so maybe they're not fully high schoolers. We don't know. It sounds like they might just be like you know, like young adult, adolescent, you know, maybe fresh out of high school, kind of in their 20s. Well, Gina seems to think so, Mark said playfully. I peeked my head up with interest. Yeah, I bet that caught your interest, Mark said smugly. Gina's been posting about it all over her social media. She's super excited to be there tonight. This is just a note for the author. I feel like a kid wouldn't say social media. I feel like an adult would say social media, talking about a kid posting on their social media. So I feel like it, I know, probably for the sake of, like, you know, I don't know. It's annoying and shit when movies have to be like, with Twit chat or whatever, they have to make up the fake thing. But in a creepypasta, like, you know, you could use the word Twitter, you could use the word Facebook, and I don't think they're gonna come after you and sue you. So, but yeah, anyways, my point is, to me, that kind of snapped me out of it, where I was like, Gina's been posting about it all over her social media. I feel like he would just say, like, all over her IG, you know, just something like that, just to, because I feel like a kid, unless they're like referring to social media gives me anxiety, you know, or something like that. Like, a kid might say something like that, but yeah, anyways, just a note I have. Not super, like, egregious or anything, though. She's super excited to be there tonight. So is she already there? That phrasing just kind of threw me off. Is she already there and posting about it, or is she like posting about it preemptively, being like, I'm so excited for the big party, you know? I stammered in reply. I mean, if Johnny Knoxville's gonna be there, I do love Jackass. I arrived at Tyler's house and already felt regret. God, what the fuck, I said to myself under my breath as I felt the anxiety already in the pit of my stomach. I walked up the massive, long, winding paved driveway to Tyler's massive, modern house. The lights coming from inside illuminated the whole perimeter. The music was so loud it shook the house. The lyrics were barely able to be heard, but I could just make them out. We'll choke on our own vomit. Oh, it's Time to Pretend. Dude, I love that song. I was gonna say, is this Time to Pretend? So, it's an MGMT song. It's, I'll move to Paris, shoot some heroin, and fuck with the stars. And it's like, you'll man the island and the cocaine and the elegant cars. We'll choke on our vomit, and that will be the end. We're fated to pretend. Yeah, I'm vibing now. I'm fully... I don't know what our... do we have our narrator's name yet? It's Tyler's party. Mark's the friend. I don't know if we know our narrator's name yet, but now I'm like, bro, get over yourself. Now that if they're playing that song, I love it, you know. And Johnny Knoxville's gonna be there. The drinks are gonna be great. They're gonna have pizza. What are you being? I get it. You have anxiety, but you know you need to chill. You need to take it. You know, you need to enjoy yourself. Life is too short. You know, this sounds like a dope party. And kind of from the way they described it earlier, I wasn't even sure it was going to be a house party. I thought maybe it was like in the woods or something. And so, yeah, I was like, you know, I guess because just the fact that he sees a goblin, I thought it would be like an outdoor party. And so, I'm just saying, you know, if I was like in high school or, you know, whatever, 21, it sounds like a dope party. But I get it. He's not a party guy, right? So I do have an understanding that our narrator's just not a party guy, right? But a good song's playing as you walk up. There's gonna be pizza, drinks. I think give it a chance. That's all I'm saying. Johnny Knoxville is the goblin, calling it now. I mean, he is tall, but he is kind of goblin-esque, right? With his voice and kind of his, like... I could see that. I could see Johnny Knoxville being a goblin, for sure. Jape Juice says, I would grab the goblin and swing it around by its big ears. I mean, you certainly could do that, but from what I understand, grabbing a goblin's ears is, you know, similar to grabbing a woman's ass. It's sexual harassment, so I don't think that would fly. It's like making a joke or commenting about an elf's ears, you know, because goblins are bastardized, depending on which lore you're going with or canon. Goblins are a bastardized, like, dead and reborn version of, like, an elven race, right? It's why they both have the pointy ears. So, and if you're gonna comment on their ears or, you know, just touch their ears without permission, it's, you know, it's risky business. That's all I'm saying. It's you know, it's not a good look. I am so sorry. I would never hurt a green person. Okay. Anyways, we're fated to pretend. Although I love a good indie hit, the lyrics couldn't have hit any closer to home. Oh, does he say, like, okay, so he's saying he has to pretend in order to go to this party, like he has to, you know, put on like he wants to be there, sort of a thing. Although I love the lyrics couldn't have hit any closer to home, but to see Gina, I would have to venture through this party and pretend, okay? As I walked up the driveway, I noticed how uncanny the outside looked, devoid of people, with no one on the street either. As I approached Tyler's house, if it wasn't for the reverberation and illumination from the house, it would almost be unsettling. Does he see people through the windows? I guess he hasn't mentioned specifically hearing people or seeing people through the windows, but he hears the music, he sees the lights pouring out, but because now I'm kind of wondering, like, is there no party? Is there a goblin that's gonna eat you or whatever? Anyways, interesting. Just then I heard it, a rustling in the giant bush in front of Tyler's door, to the side of the entrance. I froze dead in my tracks and looked as the rustling grew more violent and frantic. Then I heard a burp as Mark fell out of the bush with some chick I'd never seen before. Oh, okay. I think we get our narrator's name here, Bryce. Bryce, dude, I was wondering when you were gonna get here. Okay. So his friend called him from the party. See, the way the dialogue made it sound at the beginning, it didn't sound... You gotta come to Tyler's tonight. See, he says, but it's supposed to be the biggest party he's ever thrown. He's going to have all kinds of drinks. He's gonna get food. So, to me, it didn't sound like his friend was already at the party, but maybe Mark was, like, trying to, you know, convince him. Maybe that was, like, part of the ploy, but, or maybe he just arrived before Bryce did. I don't know, but I guess my point is his friend was already just at the party and fooling around with some girl in the bushes out front, which, you know, funny, and it's a good fake scare, right? I always like when movies do it right, you know. It's always fun when a horror story does that trope of, oh my god, the goblin's just gonna jump right out of the bush, and then no, it's his friend fooling around with the girl. It's tropey, but it's fun, and, you know, creepypastas are meant to be tropey in a lot of ways, so I like it. Like, I'm not bothered by that. I was more just kind of confused because I was like, oh, his friend's already at the party, you know, but no big deal. And, like, I feel like if he was at the party when he called, then, like, it would have said something about, like, I could hear music blaring in the background or something like that. You know what I mean? But anyways, not a big deal. I was wondering when you were gonna get here. I sighed in relief. Mark, hey Mark, sorry. Sorry if you're busy. I didn't mean to interrupt, I said as I tried to figure out what the hell Mark and this girl were doing in the bush. What do you mean, figure out? I mean, yeah, it's kind of weird, like, to be at a house party and be, like, right by in the bush next to the front door, but I mean, yeah, that line, like, I don't know, I get it. It's just like kind of a transitional line to get from, like, you know, to get, like, to just say, like, I was trying to figure out why they were hooking up in a bush, or, you know, how much in coitus were they just, you know, before I walked up, like, were they just fooling around, or were they, you know, whatever. But yeah, anyways, nah, man, you're good. I was just hitting this chick's joint, he said, leaving her behind, slumped over the bush as he approached me. She slumped over the bush? Jesus. Is she gonna be okay? I asked, concerned, as she was now nonverbal, slouched over, face planted into the wall. Who, Cindy? Yeah, man, that's not even the good shit. She'll be fine, Mark said as he escorted me inside. So, how long have you known her? I asked. Who? He said, looking genuinely confused. Oh, you mean Cynthia? Yeah, I don't. She just asked if I wanted to hit. I looked at him, eyebrow raised in concern. I thought you said her name was Cindy. Just then Mark yelled out, Hey Gina, your boys are here. There she was, Gina. She looked so beautiful, with her long dark hair and deep brown eyes. It felt like they could see right into your soul, or into my soul. Hey Bryce, I'm really surprised to see you here. I know you don't like parties, she said, smiling, staring at me. I like jackass, I said nervously and awkwardly as I felt like the room fell silent. Even Mark, who was clearly high, looked at me and mouthed, Fuck. Gina, with a shocked expression, clearly looking dumbfounded, responded, yeah, I do too. So, I'm assuming you came to see Johnny? She asked me. I have to go to the bathroom, I announced nervously before quickly storming off to find it. I entered the bathroom and quickly ran to the sink and splashed water on my face. I looked up and readjusted to my surroundings. Two or three bathroom stalls, a row of sinks, and cool, dull white porcelain looking walls. Okay, so already I'm like, they have bathroom stalls in a house. Already, to me, I'm wondering if he's under some sort of a spell, because that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, I know it's a big house, but to have stalls is just not. I mean, I guess maybe in some mansions you might. Like, I'm sure there are stalls in the White House, for instance, or public restrooms within. I don't know. Anyways, but then also, I feel like because I get what frazzled him about this thing. She's like, I know you don't like parties. He felt like the room fell silent after he said, I like jackass. But then she even knew. So I'm assuming you came to see Johnny. So, like, she even picked up on what he was saying. So, other than the fact that he just already is panicking, I'm like, I don't fully know why he stormed off. it's not like she thought he was calling her a jackass or something. You know what I mean? So I find that a little, I don't know. It's not like, maybe it's not confusing, but it's not like he made a total fool of himself, right? Like, I get it, he stormed off, whatever, but it's not like he completely stuck his foot in his mouth. And then I'm wondering if that's supposed to be a secret now, because apparently if other people know about it, I'm like, maybe Johnny Knoxville is going to be there, you know? And I think, was it Harvey you said, or yeah, Johnny Knoxville is the Goblin. So yeah, maybe we're going to get a Goblin Johnny Knoxville. That'll be fun. Come on, get it together. Go out there, say hi, ask her favorite food, just be normal, I said to myself in the mirror. Then I was suddenly interrupted by a violent coughing and hacking coming from one of the stalls. Hey, are you alright in there? I asked as I strained up and looked at the stall. Looked at the stall through the mirror. I see. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, what the fuck? Is it? It's like a two-way mirror and he's like looking into someone else's bathroom. It's like, what the fuck? Look at the stall through the mirror. Too much to drink? I replied jokingly as the hacking became guttural and turned more into growls and snorts. Did you want me to get someone for you? The guttural moans continued, with the occasional cackle. Hey buddy, are you alright? I started asking, turning around as I approached the stall. I walked slowly forward. Now there was silence. Hello? I called as I slowly peeked my head down and saw two big, grotesque, monstrous, crusty, green, slimy feet. Toenails jagged and uneven, feet scaly and slimy. See, this is fun. I like this scene of, first of all, you're seeing the monster. I mean, the monster knows that you're out there, because, right, in any creature feature, any monster story, like, it's like usually the monster kind of stalks you, right? Or the monster kind of sees you before you see it, you know, sort of a thing. But I really like the idea of it just being so casual as, and being so relatable as somebody like looking underneath a bathroom stall. Usually people will do that in a public restrooms to like kind of see if, you know, anyone's in there, or maybe they'll kind of try to check out the stall before they go in to see how dirty it is. You know, some people like don't want to touch the door or whatever. There's just, bathroom etiquette is weird. It's all instinctual, and it's all kind of stuff that like people don't necessarily talk about that often, and you know, and so it's kind of fun to have that be the spot for your first encounter with your monster, right? And to see it not as like a, I came around the corner, or behind the bush I could see eyes peering at me, but instead you just see the feet first. That's really fun. I like that. I like that a lot. Green slimy feet, toenails jagged and uneven, feet scaly and slimy. As I looked in disbelief, I heard a snort. I ran outside the bathroom as quickly as I could. Whoa, hey man, glad I found you. Gino's looking for you, Mark said as I ran into him, almost knocking him over. Mark, there's something in the bathroom, something monstrous. That's funny. I just like that. I don't know. I just find that funny that he's not like, dude, there's something fucking crazy in the bathroom. But instead he goes, Mark, there's something in the bathroom, something monstrous. Mark sighed and replied, "Dude, did you flood the toilet?" I scoffed, visibly upset. "What? No, there's a fucking monster here, at the party, in the bathroom. I saw him in the stall." Just then, the bathroom door began to open slowly, and the moments leading to the reveal felt like forever. I jumped behind Mark. Oh God. Not only is Bryce like, an anxious guy, but now he's just kind of I'll say he's being a little bit of a pussy, right? Can I say that? Is that wrong? He jumps behind his friend. Like, he's at a party with, like, presumably a lot of other people, right? So, and this is all, again, presumably in front of the girl that he wants to impress. So, I'm just saying. I jumped behind Mark and pointed, as I had now been so loud and frantic that everyone around was looking to see the reveal of this creature. The door finally opened, and out came a big, grotesque, scaly, slimy, greenish-brown goblin creature. I pointed and loudly screamed, "There! That's the monster!" Mark paused, looked, and then walked up to it as the creature growled and snorted and laughed maniacally while slime drool dripped down its fangs. "Steven, dude, what's up? What is up? Dab me up, bro." Oh God. "Steven, dude, what is up? Dab me up, bro," Mark said as he walked up casually and greeted the creature as if he were an old friend. What the fuck?" I called frantically. "Oh, are you talking about Steven?" Mark said, puzzled, looking at me. "Am I talking about the 6-foot walking creature with knife-like fingernails, talons for toenails, who's green and looks like Shrek on Ozempic? Yes, I'm fucking talking about that thing." I screamed in panic as everyone acted normal. The party continued. Music still played. Everyone smiled, laughed, and seemed to ignore the monster in the room. At most, a few turned to look uncomfortably at my discomfort. "No, bro, this is Steven, man. He's Tyler's cousin. He's not from around here. I think he's from, like, another country. That's why there's a language barrier," Mark said as he pointed to the thing. "What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? That's a fucking goblin thing," I said, continuing to point. A few people gasped in awe as Mark got close and whispered, "Bro, not cool, man. That's kind of bigoted." "I know he's different, but he's just Swedish or something." They don't even know, like, that, like, this goblin doesn't even have a cover story. He's just at the party, but, like, like, everyone just assumed that he's from Sweden. I scoffed. I don't know. This is funny. I'm enjoying this. I scoffed, left in utter disbelief as Mark shook his head, walked away, and rejoined the party, and I was left staring at the thing they called Steven. For the next hour or so, I watched Steven. People drank, smoked, kissed, conversed, danced, and more. But not I. And definitely not Steven. At first it started small. A couple was going to throw away their trash and couldn't because Steven was headfirst in the trash can, surfing for garbage like a rabid raccoon. The couple didn't even seem to notice as they were too distracted by each other's company and discarded their trash onto the grotesque beast as he rose up manically and tore apart the solo cups and growled and cackled as he devoured the garbage. The events became increasingly more grotesque and disturbing, from flooding toilets and destroying the bathroom to licking people's faces and crawling away on all fours. I could not believe this. I tried to go back to the party, but I couldn't stop staring at it. At Steven. What was it? Who was it? And why the hell wasn't anyone else bothered by this? Were they ignoring it? Or did they not care anymore with all the distractions around? Just then, my gaze and pondering were broken by a soft, sweet, comforting voice. Bryce, hey, are you okay? I looked around, reorienting myself. It was Gina, by my side. She stood there concerned, looking deeply at me. Her gaze pierced into my worried eyes. Yeah, sorry. I guess I've been distracted. She sighed. Is this about Steven? She asked. I stammered. Yeah, who is he? How does everyone know him? She sighed. I don't know. In fact, no one does. All we know is he's Tyler's cousin, and he took some getting used to, but he's not so bad once you get used to him. Besides, it's cool having someone foreign here, I replied. Yeah, where's he from? Middle Earth? Gina thought and replied, No, I think he's Greek. I turned and looked at her, confused as the doorbell rang, interrupting our conversation. We all looked as Tyler ran to the front door and announced, All right, everyone, that's pizza and wings. Can I get some hands and help grab everything? Everyone cheered in excitement, and I volunteered as it was the least I could do. As I and a few others approached the door, I heard next to me, thud, thud. I turned and looked as the echoing vibration distracted me, and one of the volunteers was Steven. I did my best not to look shocked and disgusted, as everyone else seemed unbothered, so I didn't wish to be weird. One by one, we went out and grabbed boxes and bags as everyone rushed after in line, led by Steven, to the kitchen with food. There were only 4 bags left as Steven and I stood at the front door and grabbed them from the delivery guy who was holding the bags. He looked at me and said, Okay, sir, enjoy the rest of your night. Then he froze and looked up at the creature next to me. He looked at it, then looked at me. He looked back, and we stared at each other for a painful amount of time. Then I asked, You see him too? Steven lunged immediately, unhinged his jaw, swallowing the man whole, leaving nothing behind but the hat that the man was wearing. Steven looked at me as I stood there, mouth wide open in disbelief. Hold on, I gotta write a note for the end of this story. Swallowing the man whole, leaving nothing behind but the hat the man was wearing. Steven looked at me as I stood there, mouth wide open in disbelief and utter horror. Oh God. What will he do to me? I thought as Stephen looked up at me and then burped. He turned around and headed back inside with the bags as I realized no one else had seen this. They were all distracted by the party. I exhaled, closed my eyes, and looked at the empty space where the man used to be. Then I turned around and headed back inside. I stared at Stephen and contemplated how to handle this situation. If only I were talking to Mark's weird uncle. If only I were talking to Mark's weird uncle. He might be strange, but he'd probably listen the moment I mentioned a goblin. I looked at Stephen as I contemplated whether I had really just seen that happen in front of me. I have to tell them, I thought as I started to muster up courage. Then, just as I did, among the bickering, partying, and music, Stephen stared at me and in perfect, clear English said, "Go ahead. Who's gonna believe you?" I kind of like that he's like growling and whatever, being all goblin-esque, and then when he does finally speak, when the goblin finally speaks, it's just normal. Almost like he's like a skin changer, or like a, you know, he like is completely sentient, or completely like he understands everything that's being said, and the goblin understands everything that's being said and happening around him. He's just kind of playing crazy and dumb because the kids or the people are just kind of dumb and think that he's a foreigner, and so he's like, I'll play the part, you know. I kind of like that, you know, and that's another thing about like goblins in literature. It's like, yeah, you have the Lord of the Rings goblins who are like, yeah, we want some mates, you know, and they're like very like but then you also have like the kind of middle of the road like goblins, and then you have like the orcs and the high urukai and stuff. And so yeah, like there are different, you know, types and levels and stuff. So I kind of like having the idea of having like a smart goblin. That's fun, right? And it kind of makes sense, because otherwise, like, why would he infiltrate this party and like maybe not be acting normal, but like not just start murdering everyone? He must have some sort of a goal or some sort of like a reason, right? A motive. Go ahead. Who's gonna believe you? He then immediately went back to eating his wings messily and aggressively, even biting through the bones and all. Okay, this is too weird. They definitely have to believe me now, I thought, and then announced, "Hey!" Party continued as my voice was drowned out in the echoes. "Hey!" I yelled out as people now stopped and stared. "I have to show you all something." People now looked, some uncomfortable, some laughing, and some unfazed, as I averted their gaze to the doorway, opened it, and showed them the hat on the porch in the driveway. So the guy left his hat?" a voice called out as people began to laugh. No, Steven, he ate the guy. I saw it." People gasped, and some sighed in disapproval. Mark then walked up and grabbed my arm. Hey, Bryce," he whispered to me. "What the fuck? You're really killing the vibe, man." I freed my arm and screamed, "Look at him! You think that's normal?" I said, pointing to Steven as he was not only chewing on and crunching up a chicken bone, but also actively digging through the trash can now and growling. Silence fell as a voice emerged from the crowd. "That's really ableist of you." I slowly closed my eyes, rubbed my temples, and looked back into the mass and said, "What?" The voice continued as Mark looked increasingly embarrassed and uncomfortable next to me. "Yeah, I've known Steven for 17 years. He's got a medical condition. So, like, you're kind of bullying a person with a medical condition." Everyone gasped and looked at me, judging and gazing. "What's the condition?" I asked. Without a minute of silence, the voice replied, "I don't know. I'm not a doctor." Mark grabbed me and dragged me back down into the party. "Okay, dude, stop. Please stop. You're embarrassing me and you're embarrassing yourself. Go find Gina, meet Johnny Knoxville, eat some wings, get fucked up. I don't give a shit. Just stop this, please," he said, looking at me pleadingly. "Yeah, okay," I said, defeated, as I walked away, spirit broken and forced to accept this uncomfortable reality. I wonder, I don't know if the story is that deep, because it is just a funny, silly, like, surrealist, out there concept. But I wonder if this goblin is like a metaphor for something. I don't know what yet, but like his anxiety or something, you know what I mean? Like, part of me kind of wonders if like the goblin is just the social anxiety that he has, and it's like the monster at the party that prevents him from just having fun. And so, and he sees it and he has a problem with it, but everyone else is just like, you know, yeah, it's just a monster. Like, yeah, you know, like, yeah, social situations can be uncomfortable, but just deal with it. I really feel like Bryce, our narrator, just needs to fucking have a few drinks and hang out with Gina and make sure he or Gina doesn't get eaten by the goblin, and everything will be okay, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's meant to be taken that deeply, but I find myself with our narrator kind of being so unwilling to... I mean, I get it, it's crazy, you saw the goblin kill a guy, but like, even before that, he didn't want to have fun. Like, all he wanted to do was talk to Gina or hang out with Gina. So, like, just go do that. Or better yet, like, go be like, "Hey, Gina, do you want to get out of here? You talked to me about the goblin guy, too, and you think he's weird, too. So why don't we just leave and not be, you know, anywhere near that guy?" That person, so to speak, you know? Anyways, just a thought I was kind of having about, you know, the deeper, if there is a deeper meaning, kind of what is it? But again, I don't know if it's meant to be taken. And I do, again, the fact that they're like calling them this, in my opinion, I mean, it was written recently, right? But this is clearly written by somebody who, I would say is like younger, you know, like my age or younger. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but what I mean by that is they're using the words like, you know, ableist and stuff like that. But then, and like, why would you be bullying? Whereas like, if this is an 80s movie, you know, people are fine with bullying, you know, people cheer bullies on. That's just the difference, right? In the generations, the social, what's socially acceptable and what's not, right? And so I think that, what kind of threw me off from the beginning is I kind of thought this story was set in like the early 2000s. Which now with the music of the MGMT, it seems like it's like the 2010s at least, if not even later. But yeah, I think, but the whole Johnny Knoxville thing just kind of throws me off, because yeah, like Johnny Knoxville's still around, he's still a celebrity, it would still be really cool to meet him, but the fact that people were like, Johnny Knoxville's gonna be there, made me think that like, oh, this must be at like the height of Jackass. You know, like Jackass 1 maybe came out a few years ago. Maybe Jackass 2 just came out or is about to come out. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of what I was thinking, like 2015, right? And from the music, it seems like that too. But then just in the way that some of the social interactions are going, it almost seems even, which, yeah, some people would be like in 2015, like, hey, bullying's not okay. But it almost seems like completely modern day, like, no, this is a party in 2026, which again, you know, I'm just like, how, again, the Johnny Knoxville thing is just kind of a red herring or what. I'm just like, how does Johnny Knoxville fit into all this? You know, that's kind of, I guess, my point in bringing all that up. Hold on one second. Sorry. Had to blow my nose and my freaking, so annoying. I've never had like a runny nose for as long as I have. Like, I've had it for a few weeks now. It's like all the time at work I'm having to blow my nose. I'm used to having a stuffy nose, not a runny nose, and it's fucking annoying. So to defeated, I wandered, okay. Spirit broken and forced to accept this uncomfortable reality. I wandered around the party. I stared at the walls, listened to the music, looked at the people, and realized it was all fake. See, okay, I'm like, when is he gonna realize that this is like a spell? Because this was the thing. I was like, why is he in a bathroom with stalls in a house? Like, this, I'm like, he's in a dream, he's in a spell, something, right? That's, I don't know. I wandered around the party, stared at the walls, listened to music, looked at the people, and realized it was all fake. These people were fake, and we were all choosing to live a lie. Why? Maybe because it's more comfortable than facing the uncomfortable truth. Just as I stopped and leaned against the wall and pondered, I noticed someone next to me. He was also leaned against the wall, peering into the crowd. He looked puzzled and even alarmed. I stared at him and followed his gaze to the crowd and saw he was staring at the familiar beast. He was staring at Steven. I continued staring at the guy in relief as he turned to meet my gaze. Behind his glasses, with thick gray hair, he said as he collected his thoughts, "Hello, I'm Johnny Knoxville. Hey, sorry. Did you want like a picture or something?" I stammered. "I know who you are, but you see him too." Johnny thought, his face contorting to a puzzled expression, and said, "I see a giant green creature standing in the crowd of partygoers, yes." This is so ridiculous. Oh God. Now Johnny Knoxville isn't the Goblin, at least yet. It's just funny. Hold on one second. I wanted to see if I had any aviators around. I didn't, because I was going to put them on for the Johnny Knoxville lines, but I don't. I smiled as a feeling of vindication came over me. This is great. Got to tell everyone and show them. And you've noticed his weird behavior too? Johnny, staring at me with a confirming nod, said, "Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he ate Tyler's cat earlier. I even asked if even asked if that was normal, and no one seemed to notice or care. I laughed at the obnoxious coincidence we had both suffered. Okay, let's get somewhere safe and come up with a plan, I said to Johnny. He looked around and pointed to the back porch balcony and said, "No one's out there." I looked around at the party and saw how distracted everyone was and said, "Perfect, let's go," as we headed that way. Now he's gonna get Johnny Knoxville killed. Johnny and I stepped out onto the dimly lit balcony and closed the sliding glass door behind us as we talked. "So, this is weird, right?" I rubbed my temple before replying. "Oh, that's Johnny Knoxville." "So, this is weird, right?" I rubbed my temple before replying. "Yeah, it definitely is. Why does no one else Why does no one else see it or seem bothered by this?" Johnny shrugged and said, "Beats me. Maybe they're too scared to acknowledge the horror in front of them because it's easier to ignore and excuse it and pretend life's all drugs, parties, and happiness. I did it for years," he said jokingly, self-reflecting. "Okay. So how are we going to handle this?" I said. Johnny replied, "Okay, how about you go find Tyler and I'll get him up here and tell everyone everything I've seen, and you can too. Maybe they'll see it then." I sighed and thought this was useless, but it was the best chance we had of exposing and stopping Steven. "Okay, yeah," I said, walking away and saying, "Just be safe out here. Stay out of sight." I said, walking away and saying, "Just be safe out here. Stay out of sight. I'll be right back." Johnny nodded and said, "No problem. I've been sober for too long to be in such a drug-positive environment." Joking about everyone in the party being high and wasted instead of facing the abysmal realities around them. I closed the sliding glass door behind me as I stepped and peered around the crowded, vast living room looking for Tyler. I stopped and stared as something broke my concentration. A soft, gentle voice. It was Gina. She said again, now in front of me, "Hey Bryce, are you okay?" I stopped and shook my head, reorienting. "What? Yeah, I'm fine. Why do you ask?" I said frantically, looking around as I remembered I had a task to do. "Oh, well, it's just you seem off, and I've barely gotten to see you, and you were the biggest reason I came to this party, but you've been gone all night," Gina said, looking away from me nervously, brushing her hair behind her ears. "Wait, really?" I said as I peered back at her, now my full attention fixed on her beauty, her tenderness, and her sweet, gentle voice. "Well, yeah. Mark said you'd come tonight, so I thought I'd stop by." I looked at her and smiled. "Mark said that?" "Of course he did." Oh, sorry. No, this isn't a quote. "Mark said that? Of course he did," I thought to myself, laughing as I placed my hand on the counter next to me and peered into her deep bronze autumn eyes. "Yeah. I'm glad he was right. Yeah, I'm glad he was right and you did show up," she said, engaging eye contact and placing her hand on top of mine as eye contact continued. "I'm really glad you're here," she said as she leaned in, and I leaned forward and said, "Me too." We kissed, and it felt like time had stopped. I leaned in harder, embracing her tender touch, then pushed back. "Shit," I said under my breath. She looked confused. "What? Are you okay?" Bryce, what's going on? You've been weird all night. I looked at her and then looked around and said, I have to find Tyler. Johnny needs to talk to him on the balcony. Gina looked behind me and outside, I think it should say to the balcony, maybe. Gina looked behind me and outside the balcony, then looked at me. She looked back this time longer, then looked at me, confused. Wait, like Johnny Knoxville? I sighed and then said, yeah, it's a long story. I'll introduce you later. She abruptly stopped me and said, looking concerned, he's not out there. I turned around to look from where I had just come from to see an empty balcony. I rushed outside, leaving everything behind to find Johnny. Shit, how could I have been so careless and selfish? I thought to myself as I looked around frantically. I had a job to do, and Johnny was waiting on me. God only knows what this beast had done to him. I continued to think as I panicked and started to hyperventilate. I looked around and felt a warm hand on my shoulder. I turned around to find Gina. Hey, maybe he went inside to look for you, she said gently, trying to reassure me from my panic state. No, something happened, I said, choking back tears as the fear lingered in my voice. Gina grabbed my face and said, okay, what do you think happened? As I looked at her and tried to catch my breath, just behind her, I noticed a slimy green tail. The oddly grotesquely familiar slime residue drew me forward. I feel like it should say the odd, grotesquely familiar slime residue. Yeah, it should just say odd. You shouldn't say the oddly, grotesquely familiar slime residue drew me forward. It should say the odd, grotesquely familiar slime residue drew me forward as I walked past Gina and investigated. I wanted to believe her, I really did, but this new evidence suggested the contrary. And what the discovery had led to all... New evidence suggested the contrary. And what the discovery had led to all but proved Johnny had not, in fact, gone inside. I made my way to the edge of the balcony as the green, translucent slime I had seen earlier from the bathroom from my first encounter with the beast they called Steven desecrated the surface. The slime ran up the ledge and down the ledge. My gaze followed as I looked down to see a 20-foot drop where Johnny's lifeless body now lay, coated in a thin layer of green, translucent slime. Gina rushed up behind me to my side, and she screamed loudly. The shrill sound definitely alerted everyone with how piercing it was. As she screamed and looked around to see if others were coming to witness the horror below, I saw hanging on the edge of the building was Tyler's house, a grotesque, slimy green creature of the night. Gina followed my shocked, horrified gaze as she witnessed Steven hanging from the side of the building as he laughed maniacally, snorting and briefly interrupting it to mutter in a deep, guttural voice, Gina. I looked in horror as I realized I had unintentionally put her in danger. Gina's only response, of course, was a puzzled look and asked, "Is that Tyler's cousin?" I grabbed Gina's hand and instinctively got in front of her. I have to protect her from that thing, I thought to myself. As I was thinking that, and Steven continued to stare me down like a predator stalking prey, I heard the commotion. "You guys!" one of the voices yelled. I think Johnny's trying to promote a new installment of Jackass. I heard a bunch of people cheered, so I turned around to see people standing at the edge of the balcony behind me and Gina, staring down at Johnny's lifeless, mangled corpse. Johnny, Johnny, Johnny. The chants continued as people stood there in the green goop. Some even slipped in it. Ew, what the fuck is this? One guy said, unaware of what was going on. The only one who seemed aware and bothered, surprisingly, was Mark. As I stared at Mark, Gina shook my arm. I turned to her and said, yes, fed up with this party and ready to grab her and leave. Bryce, where did Tyler's cousin go? I looked up to see the goblin had disappeared from the place he once lurked. My horror and confusion were suddenly broken up by murmurs of the crowd again. Wait, guys, green slime? Is Johnny Knoxville playing Slimer in the new Ghostbusters? I turned back to Mark as he rubbed his eyes hard and deeply as if he were trying to wake up from a dream. He stopped and looked up, and his gaze met mine as his desperate, bloodshot eyes peered into me. Mark approached me frantically, pacing, and said, Bryce? Timidly, he continued, leaning in and quietly saying, There's something wrong with Steven. I didn't want to believe it at first, and to be honest, you were kind of killing my high, man. He said. He nervously laughed before he continued. But I saw something, Bryce. I moved closer and whispered to Mark, What did you see? Mark looked at me, looked around and whispered, I was coming to find you and apologize about earlier. I know how you get with parties and can be anxious, so I just wanted to check on you. He pushed and continued. I saw Johnny out on the balcony and Steven was approaching him, and Johnny looked terrified. Oh my god. He rubbed his face and said, I found you and saw you. He rubbed his face and said, I found you and saw you with Gina mid-kiss. Nice. The last part he whispered before continuing. So I saw you were clearly taken care of and turned back to go about my business. I looked and stared at Mark as he stared straight down at the ground, paralyzed. Is that it? I asked. Mark laughed nervously and said, I looked back not even a minute later and Johnny was gone, but Steven was hovering over the balcony, leaving a trail of his iconic green slime as he climbed up the building. I guess I didn't put the pieces together until now. Mark looked away in fear. I followed Mark's gaze as he peered into the green translucent slime and the ground. He knelt down, stuck a finger in it, moved it, and rolled it around in his fingers. Shortly after, slowly, he put it in his mouth, smacked his lips, and a single tear ran down his face, and he said, Oh God, I know this. This really is Steven. I looked in utter horror and disgust and said, Why the fuck did you taste it? Furthermore, why do you know what Steven's ooze tastes like? Mark responded frantically with a, Bryce, there are more important matters at hand. As he grabbed Gina and my hands and led us inside, away from the chaos. Mark led Gina and me inside as he shut the sliding glass door and said, Bryce, we have to end this. I sighed in relief and said, Thank you. I have been saying this all night. Steven's a monster. Mark looked around anxiously as he turned back and said, Yeah, he is, but what kind? I paused and raised my eyebrow as Gina looked at me and went, Bryce, are you gonna answer him? I let the silence linger as I uttered, "Are you fucking serious?" Mark looked in confusion. "Well, you've got to know what we're dealing with," I stammered. "He's a giant fucking goblin. Can no one else see he's a goblin?" I screamed. As I realized how loud I was being, I lowered my voice. "I've literally been saying this all night." Mark looked around and frantically then said, Yeah, okay. I hear big scary ogre or whatever." "Goblin," I corrected. Mark replied, "Well, you know I have an uncle who..." Oh God, I was wondering if this would come back. "Well, you know I have an uncle who was claimed, who has claimed, or there's a typo there, who was claimed to hunt monsters, right?" I thought back on such an obscure reference and said, "I think so." Mark continued, "Well, I'm gonna run by his place and get his book about monsters and come back and we'll get to the bottom of this. He's just down the block. Are you coming?" he asked me as I grabbed Gina's hand. I looked into Gina's eyes and at her beautiful face, then thought about the disgusting creature and how he said her name. Mid-thought, I saw in my peripheral vision Steven in the crowd of people outside. He was licking one guy and sniffing another woman's hair as he bounced around on all fours. "No," I replied. "I have to protect everyone. I won't let anyone else get hurt." I turned and looked back at Mark and nodded. "Okay, I'll be back shortly," Mark said as he took his leave. Alright, let me just say this, just a general note for the story. I mean, pacing wise, I believe, in my opinion, the story has gone on too long at this point. It's a fun story, it's a fun idea. I like the idea of a goblin picking off dopey kids or adults at a party, drunk adolescents or whatever. I like that, but I think pacing wise, I think there was way too much back and forth talking right there. And some of it's kind of like, like the part where he's like, "He's a fucking goblin." Some of it does have like charming and funny like moments. But I think overall, the pacing of this story, like we really should be getting, and I know, and I see where we're at in the bar. We're getting to the end. But I feel like once Johnny Knoxville was actually at the party and killed, like it should have snowballed a lot faster from that point. Like they shouldn't have this point where they're just standing outside and like things should be I think it's fine. They can have that. Mark can have that like about face where he realizes that Steven's a monster or whatever. But I think his uncle should just like show up to the party or something. I don't think now Mark's gonna leave to get the book and then Steven's gonna have to protect or sorry, not Steven. Then Bryce is gonna have to protect people or whatever. I think that because it's not meant to be taken seriously, right? It's a funny creature, feature, killer, picking on, like a Friday the 13th, like a Jason-esque picking off the horny teenagers, We get some of that here, but I do think that it's like, like Gina came up and talked to him multiple times and was like, "Are you okay?" And, all that stuff. Like, that could have had, like, that whole thing where him and Gina kiss or whatever, or, he gets to a point where he realizes that they like each other. That could have happened a lot faster. This thing with, like, Johnny Knoxville and was he there or was he not? That could have happened, I feel like, even quicker, too. And so like I do feel like pacing wise for just a fun whatever story, I do feel like some of it has kind of gone on too long, and some of the dialogue at points has just been kind of like repetitive and just back and forth, but not really moving the story forward much. And yeah, now having said that, I like the concept, and for a fun creature feature comedy horror, I think it's doing some things well. I think it's a funny concept. I think it's a fun monster, but I do think it needs to it needs to snowball quicker. And I think that now that like Johnny Knoxville has been killed and whatever, we just need to reach to the climax, you know. I don't know how fast we're gonna get there. We'll see. I mean, we're pretty close to the end here, it looks like, but just scrolling. Okay, so not too much longer, but I just feel like, yeah, we could have gotten there earlier. And if you get to some things earlier, like him and Gina hooking up, or him not having all these like no one else sees it, and like and them, I get it, some of the stuff is funny about like you're being ableist or whatever, you know, but then like there's more opportunities if you kind of escalate things quicker. There's more opportunities for the monster to just pick people off, right? Like he killed the pizza guy, he killed Johnny Knoxville, but like, you know, maybe he could be, you know, you have the thing where some teenagers sneak off and he guts them, you know. There's a lot of other things that could be happening, when the whole time it just kind of seems like this isn't real, or we're, you know, you know, why can no one else see what I see? And it just seems like a lot of that kind of back and forth, when it could just be like Bryce realizes that no one else sees what he sees, so he accepts that, and then they just kind of move forward. And we also have all these like bits about like Johnny Knoxville being like, you know, maybe people just see what they want to see rather than the horror that's right in front of them, and they'll distract themselves with blah blah blah. And it's like, so the story's getting like with some of the dialogue, the story's getting kind of like preachy at some points, which is fine. Like your story can have kind of a message and stuff, sure, but I feel like our narrator said it and Johnny Knoxville's also said it, so then it's just kind of like you're telling us the themes of the story rather than letting us, the readers, come to that conclusion on our own. And so, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just kind of, it's too much, in my opinion, for like where I'm at with the story. I'm still enjoying it. I'm still having fun with parts of it. I just do think things could have escalated quicker, and sort of more could have happened in the context of the thing, right? It's like the pizza guy could have gotten eaten, whatever. Okay, boom, on to the next thing. Him and Gina kiss, like right after that, you know, immediately. Then he sees, you know, I don't know quite how to do it. You know, I'm not the author. I'm not saying that I have a perfect outline for how the story should be paced and stuff. I'm just saying that right now, at this point in the story, that these are the feelings that I'm getting, and I want to be honest about that. But like I said, it's a very fun, cool concept, especially for just a slasher, you know, dumb, horny teenage, like just for a scary movie type thing, or like dumb, horny teenagers are gonna get picked off by this goblin that everyone just says is Tyler's cousin. And I like that kind of twist, right? That like, no, he's not hiding in the bushes. Everyone sees him, but they they allow their own desire to be inclusive to just totally blind them to this monster among their midst. Sure, that's fun. That's, you know, that's a kind of interesting take on that. You know, and so yeah, that I just want to say that now while we're here. But let's finish the story. You know, we're not giving up on it or anything by any means. I just want to say, because I don't want to get to the end and then just like, you know, yeah, I want to kind of I wanted to kind of put that I think here is where the story should be like reaching its conclusion, reaching its climax, you know. Okay, I'll be back shortly, Mark said as he took his leave. Like, even that, like, just like a line like that, like, I'll be back short, like, you know, it can just be like, Mark took off, boom, you know, like, it could just, you could cut this line out completely and then just say, you know, Mark took off, everyone, you know, or shortly after Mark took off, everyone started to come back inside, you know, kind of a thing. It just seems like, yeah, it just, again, there was kind of too much back and forth on that porch, in my opinion, and even before that too, with the different things, you know. There's like multiple times where he's trying to be like, he's a goblin, and everyone's like, what are you talking about, you know. I think one of those times is enough. We get it, you know, we don't need to kind of repeat them or rehash them. Unfortunately, that included Steven. They turned the music back on, they poured more drinks, and acted like nothing was wrong or had happened. So yeah, no one even ever realized Johnny Knoxville was dead, apparently. I don't know. Later on, Gina and I sat on the couch in the living room, and I watched the crowd. Gina asked what I was looking for. Abnormalities, I told her. She looked at me confused and looked back at the crowd. It was clear to me she didn't understand what I meant, and no one really did. Over the course of the last 30 minutes, I had watched Steven do a variety of insane things nobody noticed. He switched someone's drink out when they weren't looking, but didn't even bother to replace it with a similar solo cup or liquid. He instead replaced it with an obnoxiously large chalice with glowing purple liquid. I got up quickly and accidentally tripped into them and made them drop their drink, or at least that's what I told them. I apologized and went back to the couch as I turned to Gina and said, "You will never stop, will he?" She looked confused and asked, "Who?" I replied, "Tyler's cousin." Gina nodded in agreement. Hey Bryce, Gina said before continuing. I know you get anxious, and I know that you're not big on giant social gatherings. I looked at Gina as she managed to help drown out everything around me. See, and I think Gina's in on it now. I think, you know. She continued staring at me with a warm smile and saying, "I'm proud of you. You overcame your anxieties and fears to come see me, and are even trying to take on a gremlin." "Goblin," I corrected. She continued, "Goblin, and all to protect other people and me." It's funny, like, it's so, you know, I don't even know what the word is. It's just corny, I guess, and it's trying to be, and it's working. So but yeah, my face felt warm and my stomach felt a pit of nervousness, but I felt seen and recognized and appreciated. She grabbed my hand and giggled as I smiled at her. All I could do was smile until I saw that fucking goblin pull someone out of the crowd and down a hallway. I don't know if it was the loud music or the dim lights, But how did nobody manage to notice the screaming man being pulled down the hallway? I thought to myself as Gina and I rushed down the hall following the green ooze trail and claw marks on the wall. Eventually we came to a door. I told Gina to stand back as I kicked the door open and saw a truly awful, horrific sight. Ahead of us was Steven, crouched, hovering over the man with a giant unhinged jaw. Steven's black, soulless eyes were looking in opposite directions as he had one of the man's feet in his mouth and drooled ravenously. "Oh God, fuck, please, please help me," the man cried and begged as he picked up a nearby lamp and threw it at Steven. He seemed unfazed. In fact, it was as if by staring at him, he became frozen. As I continued to view the oddity in front of me, I looked to my side and saw Gina with her phone out. "We're live and exposing this monster here." She started. I sighed. "Steven," I muttered. He continued recording and saying, "Yeah, this monster's Steven, Tyler's cousin." I shrugged, as if this last detail was important. At this point, the man hanging on the ground with his foot lodged in Steven's mouth panickingly said, "What the fuck is going on?" I grabbed his arm and helped him pull himself out of the beast's mouth. "Long story. Let's get you to safety and we'll explain." I reassured him as I helped him to his feet and escorted him and Gina out. Gina was still recording as we left, and we rejoined the party in our escape effort. I realized something. Everyone was staring at their phones. No one was drinking, partying, or oblivious. For the first time all night, they saw. One woman ran up and hugged him. "Martin, are you okay?" she asked. "Yes, they saved me," he replied. I now addressed the party as everyone's attention was on the man and the chaos that had just ensued. "Everyone, Steven just tried to eat this man. He's been behind a series of unfortunate events tonight." Just then, a guy in the crowd asked, "So Steven's a monster?" he said, looking at his phone with a puzzled expression. "That's correct. Steven is a..." Before I could finish, I was interrupted by another voice. A female asked, "Why did no one warn us of this?" I grunted, frustrated, as I started to explain again. As I did, I felt Gina's soft, reassuring hand grab my trembling hand. "Well, I tried to," I started, but again, as I went to speak, another interruption came. The front door burst violently as Mark stepped through, his frantic and panting as if he had run all this way to tell us this news. He held up some sort of grimoire and spoke over me with a loud, commanding voice. Everyone, as you see here, I left to go discover what kind of creature we're dealing with and how to handle this problem." See, like, even the way that he says that, it's almost like the author's trying to be, like, overly descriptive to be funny. You know, like, I'm not quite sure what the tone is, and I know this is the very end, but I've noticed it before where he's like, rather than just be like, "Everyone, I left to go figure out what the fuck this creature is," or, you know, "Everyone, I left to get help," you know. It's like, "Everyone, I left to go discover what kind of creature we're dealing with and how to handle this problem," you know. Mark panted and looked around before dramatically announcing, "Steven is a goblin." The party fell silent. The silence was the loudest it had been all evening. Gina looked at my frustrated face and blurted out, "Yeah, no shit." The end. So I get the repetition of the goblin joke and how no one can seem to like remember or care. And, you know, I believe that kind of goes back to Bryce's social anxiety as he feels unseen, unlistened to. And so this story is just kind of a running joke of that gag, right? Of he's the one telling people the emperor's got no clothes on, and everyone's like, no, he's looks great. You know, that old, I don't know what it is. It's like a parable or something about the emperor was gifted with the finest silks and whatever. And, you know, everyone was convinced that, oh, it's beautiful that he's in the finest robes, when really he's just naked and it's just a scam, you know? Well, the story kind of has a version of that, right? Where, you know, no one will believe Bryce, no one will take Bryce seriously. Everyone thinks Bryce is just being dramatic, and really he's being totally reasonable. So I do think to kind of repeat that joke in the end is fine. It's not a bad ending. Also, it's not like really a complete ending, because then it's like the end ? But I do think the story just could have gotten there a little bit sooner. And then who knows, if the author wanted to, maybe they could have had more room to, like, maybe they could have killed Steven. Maybe they could have, you know, whatever. But I think it's a very fun concept. Like I said, it's very fun. It's very absurdist, surrealist, and that, like, that tonally, that doesn't need to change in the story. I think, in my opinion, you know, and it is just an opinion, so feel free, if you're watching this, the author later on, sorry, I don't know, like, your name. I know the screen name, obviously, but, you know, feel free to totally, if you like this the way it is and you're fine with it, you know, feel free to totally throw this shit aside. But I do think, you know, the tone of it's funny and fine, and there's a lot of like good little running bits and stuff in it. But I do think it could be, I do think the story needed a rewrite and edit, and I do think it could be a lot clippier and shortened up and a lot more precise. And then because of that, the jokes, I think, will land even better, and we'll kind of get to that frustrating ending where we're like, of course it's a fucking goblin. And Gina finally says, Gina looked at my frustrated face as I blurted out, "Yeah, no shit." And we'll kind of get to that ending quicker, and then I think the story will be more fun because of it, and more entertaining. Now, having said that, I do also think if you are able to kind of quicken up some of those moments and have there be less going back and forth and less like pontificating about, you know, is this real, or, you know, let me make a plan with Johnny Knoxville, and then Johnny Knoxville talks about his sobriety, and then blah blah blah. Like, less of that. Like, sure, Johnny Knoxville can be somebody who notices that he's a goblin and then gets killed later. Like, that's fine. That's entertaining. That's whatever. But all that could just happen a lot faster. But then it can leave you more moments to do more other stuff. Like, you know, the guy who gets dragged away at the end, there could have been a girl with him too, and they could have been hooking up and whatever. And then the other thing I think is there was an opportunity for when the pizza guy came, to have a callback where the girl is still passed out in the bushes, but instead uh instead of Steven just gobbling him whole in like a second, like in this cartoonish, like impossible way, I think you have Steven like grab the guy by the throat, drag him off into the bushes, eat him really quick in the bushes in like a gruesome, horrible manner. Meanwhile, Bryce is watching this like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden you're like, instead of just his hat being outside, right? Because I agree, people are like, so what? He left his hat. Instead of his hat, there's like his hat, but then there's also a bunch of blood and fucked up like gore in the bushes, and the girl's just laying like off next to it. And instead you have that, and then Bryce is like, come look, and he shows him all the blood and all the stuff. And of course there's still the girl passed out nearby, but they're like, oh, that's just Cindy, Cindy must have puked, something kind of dumb and funny like that. I think could kind of call back to the whole and make that whole interaction with Cindy and stuff have more meaning at the beginning. Because right now it's just like he walks in, he sees Mark, whatever, but all of that is kind of, other than to just show that Mark's a dipshit and that everyone's kind of a dipshit, it doesn't really do much to like, it doesn't matter for the story, it doesn't move anything forward. But if you had a situation where the evidence of Steven, of the Goblin's brutality, or I guess Steven is Tyler's cousin, right? Evidence of the Goblin's brutality, but then everyone just kind of shrugs it off. And then the same with like Tyler. It's like we never saw Tyler in the story. He's the guy who's throwing the party. Apparently he knows Johnny Knoxville. I just think we should have, even if it was just briefly, or even if he was just one of the people who was like, he's got a learning disability or whatever. Like, I think we should have just seen him at some point and maybe got a hint as to why the fuck he has this goblin cousin or whatever. Is he like an inbred, whatever, fucked up person? Who knows? And yeah, and I kind of like that, like, they get the book, or Mark gets the book, and he's like, it's a goblin. And, I do think it should have had some kind of an ending where, like, maybe they figure out how to kill him, or maybe they figure out, they opened everyone's eyes with the AI thing, but I also thought that because Mark got the goblin's goo on him, I thought that is what kind of made the magic wear off. And so I was thinking that they could do this thing where they extract some of the goblin's goo and they like spike the drinks or something with it to get everyone to wake up to it. So there were a few other ideas I had in the course of reading this story that I thought would have been fun too. But again, I'm not saying that the story needs to be longer and include all those things. I think it needs to be shorter than what it is now. So it all depends on what you can do with that, if you want to do that. But again, it's something that, like, I thought the tone of it was corny and funny and entertaining, but I think that some of the parts just went on a little too long. The jokes were repeated too much to kind of make them land when they happened. And also, I think, like, I don't know how right now, but it's like Gina just immediately loves Bryce, which is okay. Maybe she really liked Bryce from the beginning. But I was like, if you had some more way of making her a more two-dimensional, like a less of a two-dimensional character, and make her more of a three-dimensional or whatever character, it would be more interesting, Right now, she's just kind of like, well, I've always loved you, Bryce, and that's just what it is. it could be, I don't know. There's some room to do maybe some more interesting things with the characters if there is a part two. Maybe that's something more for like a part two, too. We don't know. But like even the parts where she like goes out of her way to be like, I know that, and I'm proud of you. It just seemed kind of like, I don't know, a story that was trying to assure itself of like the themes of it, or of the, I don't know, the character, the fact that the character is unsure of themselves or whatever. It seems like the story was really like, characters in the story were really going out of their way to like state that implicitly, like, which I don't know if there's necessarily anything wrong with it, but it just was like kind of heavy-handed, and I don't know if we necessarily needed all of those things, or I don't know how much they needed to, or how much they made the story more entertaining. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that fully makes sense, but it seems like there were a lot of times when Mark or Gina or whatever were trying to be like, I felt bad because I know that you're nervous at parties and I was going to apologize to you. But then like that whole conversation where he's like, I saw the monster grab Johnny Knoxville. It's like, didn't they already know? Well, at that point, maybe Johnny Knoxville was just missing, but couldn't they just go outside and look and see all the goop and shit, and then look up on the roof and see that fucking Steven killed him, and they don't need to have this whole conversation about how Mark was gonna come find him, but then he saw him kissing Gina and yada, like that. That was just too much to where it's like, move it forward. And I don't know, maybe that sounds a little bit too harsh. I want to be respectful and kind because I do like the premise and I like the tone of the story, but I just think it was almost like the characters were going out of their way to describe everything that is happening multiple times. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense. I'm trying to do my best here being constructive, but then also explaining how I like it, because I do really like all the kind of like dumb, idiotic, like, what sort of a things. And like, I noticed the Easter egg of them saying a series of unfortunate events, and this does give me series of unfortunate events vibes, in that all the adults in the series of unfortunate events are like, oh, preposterous. The man who kidnapped you 4 times and found you at every single home you went to, he's not here. Why would he be here? He's after your fortune. You've proven that several times, but why would he come after you now? They have that very like pervasive, like unflappable stupidity where it's just the characters, the protagonists in it, are just constantly coming up against it. And so I do feel like this story had an element of that too, and I like that. I think that that's fun. I think the one person who can see through the bullshit in a crowd of people who like buy into the bullshit is a really fun dynamic in any story. And so I like that. Like, I don't necessarily want that to change. I just think that there are ways to make it tighter and punchier. And that's such a big part of like comedic stuff, is just punching it up, right? It really takes time, and it takes You know, it takes a lot of shaving things down and crafting to really make it punchy. And I just think there's room to do that with this story. It's got good bones. And then also, even with the scary parts, like to just have him gobble him up in one thing, I'm like, okay, I guess it's scary that he can do that, but it's not. There's not any imagery there. It's just cartoonish, which is fine if you just want a cartoonish story from start to finish. But there were other parts where you were like describing the toenails and underneath the skull, and I saw that in my mind and I liked that. But then to just have him, when he finally like kills somebody, to just have him be like, and he swallowed him up and all that was left was his hat. That to me is not that satisfying. And so I think there's room to make it more satisfying from a horror perspective and from a comedy perspective, and thus just make the story that much more entertaining as a whole. But like I said, this is a good fun start for a funny comedy horror. It's got good bones. It's a good creature feature. It's a good slasher, you know, concept where we've got this almost this party of like lotus eaters, this party of like morons where they're all just like, well, we just want to have fun and party, and what's this dude's problem? And the one dude is like, no, we really, there's a beast, there's a monster among us, like really everything's not okay. And then everyone just keeps shrugging him off, you know. And that's fun. I like that. I like that kind of a character dynamic. I like that Bryce is kind of like our piggy in Lord of the Flies, you know, esque. Like he's got the good ideas. He's the ones that people should listen to, but no one wants to listen to him because, you know, whatever, he's not popular or whatever, you know. Bryce has this anxiety. He doesn't, you know, like parties, sort of a thing. And that's very fun. It's a very cool dynamic to have for a horror comedy. I like it. I think it works well. So I want to really stress that just because I say like it's too long and towards the end, and because I say like I think it could be punchier, doesn't mean I don't like the story, because I do. I think it was a lot of fun and it's got good bones. And I think we have that question mark at the end. So whether or not Goofy or Goofyahhnamez or whatever, yeah, however you say your screen name, whether or not you want to edit this story at all, I think for part 2, just keep all these things in mind that I said, and then you can improve part 2. The Johnny Knoxville bit was funny. I think if they leaned more into having a comedic narrative voice, the humor would have been punchier. Yeah, I think that's a fair way to say what I'm trying to say, Harvey, too. And yeah, I do like that Johnny Knoxville's just kind of this unicorn that's like in the story where you're like, is he really going to be in the story? And then he is, and then he gets killed in kind of a fun way too. But yeah, I think that, yeah, it had, I think with time and with like a honing of this story, or just even in future stories, I think, Goofyahhnamez, I think you can really like hone that comedic horror edge, and you know, part 2, if you make a part 2, that could be really great. Or you could, you know, you could keep this type of story, you know, and make a lot of really good stuff with it. I like it. I like the ridiculousness of it. I like that, you know, I was ready to see a goblin fight at the end, like a Jeff the Killer-esque, you know, lighting shit on fire, fucking, you know, burning the house down, whatever. Like I'm all for it to just go that big. That is not what I see as the problem with the story. As I see as the problem is that it should have gotten there a little bit sooner, and you know, some of the dialogue and stuff just was a bit too like kind of repetitive and didn't really go anywhere sometimes. But yeah, that's, like I said, those are smaller notes, and it doesn't mean that it's not a funny or good story, because I do think it is, and it certainly has its moments, like especially at the beginning. You know, I liked a lot of things, like the just walking into the party, like, you know, I liked the scene that it painted and all that stuff. It was cool, and I love the references, whether it be the Johnny Knoxville or the Time to Pretend or the guys, a series of unfortunate events have happened, you know. Like, it's just very funny to have somebody say that, like, as a realistic statement, you know what I mean? Yeah, as like a straight man, you know, to say that is funny. Like the way that there's a, you know, a straight man and a funny man. It's like, to have somebody deliver that with a straight face is very comedic and just offbeat and wacky. So yeah, it was fun. It was good. That's what I have to say about it. I don't want to keep just going over my same points. I think I hit them all pretty well from what I wanted to say, but you know, Goblin at a party. What a fun idea. Picking people off, you know, serial killer style, Freddy Krueger, Jason style, you know, killing the dumb, horny teenagers at a party. Very fun. Very, very fun. I like it. Okay, now we have The Last Man on the Mountaintop. Yeah, I wanna see. I guess I could check on my phone. I'll just do that, because I just want to see who messaged me. Sometimes authors are like just messaging me on Reddit. Maybe they don't want to message in the chat or whatever, but I just want to make sure I see who it is, or what it is they're saying. It might just be, oh my god, what the fuck? My Reddit's freaking out. Cool. All right. The Last Man on the Mountaintop, episode 1, from our boy Harold Sleeper. Harold's a pretty active writer on the Tales from the Creep subreddit, and just in general. Like I said, he posts a lot of like shorter and a few longer stories too, but this is a longer one that he's been working on for a while. It's a realist horror. I don't really know anything about it. I'm excited. I know Harvey, I know you've read this already, so let's get into it. I'm excited. The Last Man on the Mountaintop, episode 1. I don't know how long I've been the last man on the mountaintop, but I think I'm starting to freeze. Interesting. Sorry, I'm trying to picture, like, so is he a mountain climber? Or is this like a mountain top that he lives on, or that people lived on, but he's like the last holdout to live on the mountain, sort of a thing? Just trying to picture, is this a snowy mountain? Is this a forested mountain? You know, is he the last man on the mountaintop, but it's like it's going into winter, so he's starting to freeze? We don't know, but let's find out. It's been time, I know that much. Been time since the sky opened up and let the sun through. Been time since the sun glistened against the snow and raised from beneath, as if from the dead, blades of blades of glass snaking upward for a glimpse of spring. Been time since the birds sang in the morning glow, 'cause there hasn't been a morning that held a glow. Yeah, he is rhyming. I was like, Harold does these kind of poetic lines, and I didn't know if the story was gonna go into that, but it looks like it is. It's cool. I want to make sure I read it right. So, been time since a bird sang in the morning glow, because there hasn't been a morning that held the glow. Well, it's not a rhyme, it's a repetition, but still. And the beautiful things kept alive by its radiance have long since migrated or died away. Been time. Yeah, see, he's repeating this been time. So it's, again, poetic quality to the writing. Been time since I've felt warmth 2 layers out. Been time since I've gone 2 layers up to feel it. Everyone 2 layers in is warm enough, so I see no need to leave. They keep all of me warm except the places where it's coldest, where I think I'm freezing. 2 layers out, at a spot in my forehead, dull and cold and endless, punching me beneath my skin. And at the bottom of my right foot, same thing. No matter the warmth, it never goes away. My heart and mind are warm and strong. My flesh catches logs. My flesh catches logs alight if I were out. The stories I know I will tell, prancing boundless somewhere, near where the ideas never thought crouch, whispering in tones I will become louder. Whispering in tones I know will become louder. I try to think of a man with a sword, as I have done with everyone here, but I cannot. I have done with everyone here, but I cannot. I think of a mannequin, one holding a paper towel roll gloriously. I try to believe a man in a sword, then, as one does with faith, and the roles reverse. Paper towel roll clasping a man, roughly the size of a doll, screaming with victory for future battles. I try to think of a chair, soft and plush for me to sit in, but all I see is a chair that is plush on the entirely wrong end, hard-backed and unusable. I don't even try to think of it a second time. I am already seated. So I was wondering, is he living underneath the mountain? He was talking about this 2 layers thing. So I'm like, maybe he's not atop, but he's like inside the mountain. Or I'm wondering, is this, it's like the last man on the mountaintop, but is this man, so to speak, or is our speaker maybe not a man? Is he something else? I don't know. Like a dwarf or an elemental. I don't know. My mind's going in a lot of different directions. I don't know. I move out into the halls, wood lined with doors. I keep things dim here. I touch my forehead where it is cold and retract my fingers away when it only flares up in response. I then try to maintain greater balance on my left foot so do not irritate my cold right foot. I hear my own footsteps, dulled with the reverberance of shoed feet. I hear nothing beyond each of the doors and pay them little mind. Okay, so now there's a mail room. Okay. I cross into the mail room and immediately approach the shotgun on the wall. Okay, see, this is the other thing I was wondering is this a post-apocalyptic scenario? You know, I don't know. Like when he's talking about the man, I see the last man and this and that. Approach the shotgun on the wall. 2 barrels, 2 eyes of steel. I force my fingers down the one barrel and pull out the spiraled piece of paper shoved inside. I don't have to look at it to know it's from my pen pal. That bridge of ours, it's a wonderful thing. Having to not see each other to hold discourse. I unfurl the letter and read it aloud. Dear Liam, I begin. So this is his pen pal writing to him. So our character's name is Liam. Am I to understand that? That I think that's right. But the fact that it says I begin is a little weird to me. Like, shouldn't it say Dear Liam, he began, or Dear Liam, it begins? Anyways, I'm a little confused, but I get confused easily, so, you know, it doesn't mean much. Dear Liam, I begin. I have nothing much to say, but I'll start, and hopefully I'll think of something along the way. See, again, another rhyme. I want to say, I hope the cold isn't hurting you. I'm hearing about that storm and hope you're warm. I hope you have a good blanket. I don't have anything to say about here. I guess I hope everything for you. Will you come and visit? I hope you can. A hug will let me know you're reading this. Do come or write back and tell me if your neighbor has woken up yet. Love, your pen pal. Interesting. I smile and frown at the same time, confounded by the simplicity of the note, its droning monotony, but the appreciation gets a hold of me. My mouth is pulled up and down at 2 ends by 4 fists. So I think he's just saying he smiled, right? My mouth is pulled up and down at 2 ends by 4 fists. I know I love this person, a girl most likely, but I can't help but tisk at her own various incompetences. But I can't help but tisk at her own various incompetences. Interesting. And at that moment, I suppose I have nothing left to do and walk back down the hall to go 2 layers back out. And I see as I walk one of the doorknobs turn. My hands were swinging at my side, so I had no hand in performing such mechanic revolutions. Until I grab the doorknob and jerk it hard, it stops. I stare to see if it'll move again. Alas, it does. I forsake all reservations and barge in, turning my body slightly so as to give the semblance of a dominant protective side, and take note of the room number 13. Immediately there is a man, but at first I think it's a woman. It's a sheepish shape nonetheless. It is threatened, I have no doubt, by my dominant side. I glare down at the thing. What are you doing? He asks. Of course, a man, I now can confirm. I scoff. You know, I wonder less about that and more why you do this. Do what? Fake. I knew it. Doing this now. Did what I? He's whimpering now. Is that so? I ask. What? What now? Are you blind or deafened or something? He looks up at me, registering what I said, and registers me too. He is neither. I indicate towards the paper tucked into the wall in a ridge between two glass plates. Because of that, the print had to be applied sideways onto the paper, horizontally. The point makes it clear, though. My pointing at it makes it even clearer. Unless you're dense or newly sprouted, I think what I ask of you is very simple to understand, simpler to abide by, because you'd just be sitting on your hands if you even read the note. Did you read the note? I pause and remember his name is Devin. Devin? He looks at me and nods at the note. Thinks I'm going to hurt him. How funny. Devin? He jerks. Have you been listening to me? I know you can hear me and you're sitting 4 fucking feet away from me and not across in fucking Woonsocket. You can hear me. You can sure as shit read the note I'm making you listen to me talk about. I didn't say my name, he whines. To hell with it. I lift up the paper and see underside blank. I guess I didn't need to, I say, being as I'm the owner of this establishment and slip these wee little reminders about myself and know your name is printed on its underside. How long have you been here? Maybe you let it slip, he whines again. Yeah, maybe you didn't, or perchance you don't remember saying it. You've gone this far and you've forgotten in what you entrust. You've forgotten in who you entrust your name, your most valuable silver. I must say I'm embarrassed to even know it. That's the case. I guess it's enough. Oh wait, yeah, it is. Why the hell am I speaking in this person if I already know everything that is to transpire? Well, the hell with it too. I've broken his fragility. See, sometimes there's been a few of Harold's stories that are kind of like this, where he's kind of using this weird diction, and sometimes like this line, I don't know if it's a typo or if it's just meant to be written that way. I assume it probably is, but it might be I've broken his fragility. Yeah, I think it is supposed to be his. I've broken his fragility, and he scrambles back against the far wall. He shivers when his back makes contact with the cold glass. I imagine the glass warms against his skin. It won't become cold again. That much is sure. If he's sweating, the ceiling is becoming warmer too, if infinitesimally. I smile. There you go now. That's right. That's good. You've done good. I guess I'll give you a golden pepper and tell you wowzers. And with that, that's all. Nothing hard to understand, right? Okay, they've said it multiple times now where he's like, isn't that simple? Nothing's hard to understand. I don't fully know what the fuck is going on. I'm certainly confused. Like I said, I get confused easily. I mean, there's multiple rooms. There's this hallway. There's this guy, Liam. He has a pen pal that left a note in the barrel of a shotgun. I'm getting the sense that maybe this is some sort of a doomsday bunker shelter type thing. But also, like, the way that they're talking, it's like it's not completely old-timey, but it is different. So maybe they're trying, and maybe it's trying to show that like a lot of time has passed. I don't know. You know, this could be, you know, thousands of years in the future, sort of a thing. I'm just confused. You know, I want that to go on record because I don't want other people listening to this to be like, what the fuck exactly is going on? Like that whole thing with the note on his door, and I just don't fully understand, you know, and that's okay. You know, I'm just putting it out there because I don't want people to just be like, I don't know what's happening, but the guy reading it must know, because I don't fully know either. What about you, Harvey? I know you've read this, but care to enlighten us? Throw us any bones here? I mean, you certainly don't have to, but I turn to leave. The door never closed behind me. I step out into the hall. Not half in or half out or any such nonsense. I stay beyond the transom, staring him down. The distance closes, and I might as well could have been kilometers away, and he would have been affected all the same. Just stay there now, just for a bit, just until I close this door. Okay. Harvey says, I think the beginning is confusing on purpose. Once you kind of get what he means by layers, it'll make more sense. Okay. That's kind of what I was just hoping, you know? And I don't think Harold's, I mean, I guess sometimes he'll make stories kind of ambiguous, so, you know, that's always like kind of a possibility, but, yeah, I didn't want to just be straight up missing something that's like vital to understand it. It's a cool concept, and the ending of episode 1 is pretty clever. Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued. Like, I don't, you know, confusion or not understanding, you know, sometimes that's good for interest, you know, to pique someone's interest. Like, when a story's just like, this is what's happening, these are the players, it's all so clear. You know, people can get bored with it easily. Some people really like things to be cryptic, and I feel like Harold's very good at doing that, at kind of keeping things cryptic, and it's fun, it's intriguing for sure. I just, yeah, I say that, all that to just say that, like, I don't, you know, there are times where I go, I hope I'm not missing anything that's like really important that I was supposed to get that I didn't, sort of a thing. Just until I close this door. I close it immediately and put my face up against it to the eye level peephole. My vision goes fisheye, and I see he has already stood, has taken 2 steps, and has filled both of them with regret. He stands frozen. Then he unfreezes and sets his sights on the paper. He grips it in a pinch and stares at it, other hand reaching for the doorknob, perhaps touching it just as his eyes scan to the correct part of the paper where the juice of our encounter lies. His other hand dejectedly falls to his side. I see he sees that he shouldn't be turning the doorknob and being a nuisance to the other guests. I'm the only one who can open the doors anyway. And why? Oh, and why I do not know. I just know that I can, and know that squashing even the littlest organism of rebellion keeps the tab rolling. I look to the number on the door again and see it continues to be 13. I'm slightly bewildered until I remember the 13th guest of the Last Supper. Such things and all. I nod and move along back to my office. I mosey on in and hear something, a thing stifled in a space between the door and I. Harp strings plucking, something strumming, another thing blowing. I hear the voice. As always, it speaks slowly, yet I cannot hear what it is saying. It is clear, yet nothing it says makes sense. It speaks words, full words, but those words are indecipherable. I count that this is the 6th time I've heard it, and now it is the 6th time it will be the lullaby that keeps me awake. It licks my ears and it kicks my eyes. I list, but I know I will not. I list, but I know I will not collapse. Hey, what up, rude dude? Yeah, I'm doing good, man. How are you? I'm busy, tired. A lot going on in my life. Works being work. Sucks, normal shit like that. But things are good, all things considered. I'm certainly happy to be getting married here soon. That'll be awesome. So that's how I'm doing. Back to the story. I count that this is the 6th time I've heard it. I read that already. It licks my ears and kicks my eyes. I really like that part. I list, but I know I will not collapse. And as with every occasion, a harp string plucks, resounding heavily, and it stops completely. I hazard a look up from the floor and see the skylight is open again. a dead sky above. I stare inherently and watch, eyes fixed, as only one snowflake moves in today. I don't know what was I expectant? Okay. I don't know. Was I expectant? The skylight has not been open in ages. Okay, is he in hell? Is he talking about layers of hell? Or layers of... Could this be layers of heaven? Because I know in Dante's Paradiso or whatever, where he talks about purgatory and heaven, or maybe purgatory is its own work, that has layers too. So I'm feeling like this could be an ethereal place as well, with the whole I'm the only one who can open doors, and it seems like he's maybe like a sort of a gatekeeper or like a prisoner, almost seemed like a guard with the way he was like intimidating the guy who kept fucking with the door. I'm very intrigued. Again, I'm still very intrigued, but I'm very, I don't know. The whole the skylight has not been open in ages. That makes me think that like this is an ethereal place. Okay, I think it's more of an Inception idea, like he's jumping between instances of time in his mind. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, I remember you commented something about like Inception, and so the layers. Okay, fair enough. I just I feel like layers. Like it could be literal layers, like you're 3 levels underground, you're 2 levels under, could be stuff like that. And I know that there's some metaphorical symbolism there with what stuff is. Like it's giving me that vibe, but I also like some of it seems so like tactile and not metaphorical that I'm like, well, maybe he is inhabiting a physical place, and the whole 13th guest of the Last Supper, there seems to be some religious tones playing into this and stuff. So I don't know. I mean, again, interesting. I rush beneath it and catch the snowflake. It doesn't melt in my palm. Perhaps it would melt if I had caught it at the cold point in my forehead, though. So the snowflake isn't cold, or he maybe cold is warmth and warmth is cold. I don't know. Just stopped by to say there is some element to Inception behind it, but this isn't a dream. Time is linear here and behaves as is. It's more like the Japanese film Paprika. Every detail matters. Okay. My palm becomes cold, the frost settling in as if making a home here, actually between my palms, as if their sides are pressed together, and suffering an entire season bridging the skins together better than they would themselves. Everything goes quiet in my mind, and then I hear twink, a water droplet falling from someplace, not from the skylight, for I stand beneath it, not from a waterfall, That would be ridiculous. Not from nature, for nothing here is natural. See, I am thinking it's kind of an ethereal, maybe not a hellscape, we don't know yet, but from a hidden duct tucked away between sclera and two oppressive lids. What is sclera again? I've definitely heard that word before. So is it a tear? Yeah, okay. The white outer layer of an eyeball. Okay. But from a hidden duct tucked away between sclera and two oppressive lids. Yeah. I turned, not rushing, but not sluggishly. I catch the girl in my gaze just as everything from before leaves her. This is new, but not unseen. Things like she never came alone. She whimpers and feels her eyes on me and turns. She doesn't see a brute of a man, but sees a man nonetheless. Her mother breathed into her ear little tall night tales about the abomination of man, didn't she? Of what they'd put in her. Bad thoughts and bad things. She looks young, though I think it has gone no further than that. And another thing, firstly, she appeared behind my back, not to my front, in an alcove in which I cannot see her. In an alcove in which I cannot see her, I keep things dim, and the only place where I can see any feature of the room is at my desk, placed against the furthest wall opposite the door, from which a golden halo radiates a pathetic glow. I cannot see the girl beyond the glisten of her tears as they slip out of her eyes and patter to the ground. Who's your mommy and daddy? I ask her. I wish I spoke this way to the stupid man in room 13. He would have withered further had I done such. She pipes up, choking somewhat in her throat. Her eyes are outlined by tears and trails lead down her cheeks. I see they are round. The cheeks. Okay, I see they are round. Mama and Papa, she says. She wheezes. I huff. Names. Oh. I was frustrated, but I knew she didn't know for how long I've been frustrated. I don't know, she says. They taught her well not to talk to strangers. I fold my hands near my lap. And did you see anyone coming in with you? She's silent. Well, anyone? I ask her again. Anyone? She bolts. Darts to her right towards the door. This one I know can be opened from the inside and not by my hand. I let the others test it times before to know better what it feels like to have a locked door in their palms. I pounce, a pure animalistic thing wrapped in fury. I bound towards her. She is fast, being a child, but I know I am faster. I reach out and grab her by her hair. I pull. She has already clutched the doorknob, and my grip is weak, but I tighten my fist. I tug, and suddenly I fly backwards. The girl shrieks loudly, but wastes no time throwing open the door and slamming it shut again. Thumping down the hall and away. I am turtled on my back and cannot see her go. I waste no time with chasing. I bring her hair over to my light. A full lock torn out, mostly ends. I can see, but I see there are a few torn from the root. I lower it down beneath the lamp. Beautiful, fiery red hairs. I thumb through the catalog in my mind and cannot think of a single person with such hairs. I grab the bell nearest my hand by its handle, and I barge out into the hall again. I ring the bell, thrusting my arm hard up and down, the weight of the bell carrying in both directions. Each door opens with its toll. I walk slowly so as for everyone within the rooms to see that I am summoning them. One step, one step. I smile. There are no closets in which she can hide. No sharp corner casting a fat shadow. And anyone I did permit outside their rooms are corralled up anyway with the rest of the tide. All white-haired and blondes and brunettes, and now one redhead. I tell you, the thing she is making me do just to ask a question and wait for an answer. Within the next 20 minutes, each guest is standing lined in the deep room. I stand above them, looking out across their mostly leveled heads. Full croppings of hair, not since grown even after this time, since they've gotten here. Glowing like bulbs in my eyes. It takes me longer than a few seconds to spot the girl. I grab her by the arm, descending down into the mass and then pulling her up again, carrying her foot off the ground by the soft flesh of her upper arm. She carries a doll in her other arm. She releases all the tears she's got, every little drop. They come as the intensity of municipal waterworks. Land with the glory of a dead, groveling, pleading queen. I carry her back into my office. The cold in my head has still not subsided. As I remember the cold, it comes back. It pushes against my skin. It hurts. It now feels forceful. Before I can contemplate any longer, I am yanked out, 2 layers out. The warmth of 2 layers It peels away. It stays for a moment, then subsides, washing away in a surf of memory and sensation. My eyes tear through what I saw to what I see. There is a man leaning over me. He is as dark as the room, but I see him. For the sun has risen, and he is coated in blue, dismal light. The side of his face and the mask he wears, the arm he extends, and the gun pressed coldly to the center of my forehead. I can tell he can see me eyeing him. Ah, he says, shit. Another voice, close but not on top of me. What? Are you done yet? Are you done yet? Get it done now. Okay, someone says. I think it is the second voice at first, but the pitch is deeper. A third voice. I go to rise before I have left an inch of clearance between myself and the ground. The figure on top of me forces me down, the gun now pressed so deep into my forehead that some of its sharp features threaten to cut me. It stings. The cold out here makes it colder, and the cold it absorbs remains cold against my forehead. I feel no warmth, other than the warmth that wraps me in my blanket, in my jackets, the outline of warmth I have embedded in my mattress. The man above me says nothing. I don't stay fearful, but I let out a squeak. One of the men hears. They work faster at whatever they're doing. Fuck it, let's just go. Something heavy is lifted off the floor. Worry strikes me against the side of my head, pumps through my limbs as if injected in me. I go to rise again, but the gun is lifted from my forehead. The man's gaze has not left me, and immediately he brings the gun down again, but strikes me across the temple with it. My head jolts off to the left, and I feel my blood trickle down the side of my face. I turn just in time to see them carrying my sleeping neighbor out the door, down to the left and down the stairs. I get up and run for the exit. I slip on something and I go tumbling right after the thieves, but they have already reached the landing on their 2 feet. Gravity throws me down the steps and I land on my head. Darkness comes immediately. And though I hear the thieves go, I do not see them go. I think I have gone blind at first. Then my hearing fades. I think I have died. Then everything fades. I don't even get to know if I get to see what has killed me or if it even has. And that is episode 1, baby. Well, that was really cool. I liked... So, I mean, there is some sort of inception element. My question is like, was he in purgatory? Was he in... There, he's like 2 layers deep, but then he seems to get snapped out to his... What up, Boots? He seems to get snapped out back into his life, and the coldness on his forehead was the gun to his head. And that's kind of how I interpreted it. How did you interpret it, Harvey? And I'm thinking that maybe he was in some sort of like a purgatory. and he was like kind of like the keeper of the purgatory. I don't know. That part, I mean, obviously the first part is meant to be a lot more confusing, or maybe not confusing, but a lot more kind of cryptic. The key to it lies in The Shining, one specific detail in that story. Okay, so it literally lies in, you're saying like I need to watch the movie The Shining and I'll understand this more, Harold? Or are you saying like The Shining has like a specific detail in it, this story too has a specific detail that I need to find within the text of the story? We don't know if it's a Shining spinoff. We don't know that yet, Boots, but yeah, I mean it's very, I like the whole, 2 layers deep, and then I'm 2 layers and I'm brought out. I'm thinking it could be an afterlife. It could be a hell that he's trapped in with these rooms. The number 13 obviously has meaning. There's one detail that's like The Shining I didn't realize was in The Shining until right before I posted it. Okay, I see. So yeah, I think he's clearly trapped. Like there's an element of being trapped, right? And he's got this pen pal that leaves him this note. That says, "Dear Liam, I have nothing much to say, but I'll start and hopefully I'll think of something along the way. I want to say, I hope the cold isn't hurting you. I'm hearing about the storm and I hope you're warm. I hope you have a good blanket. I don't have anything to say about here. I guess I hope everything for you. Will you come and visit? I hope you can. A hug will help let me know you're reading this." So maybe he's like in a coma or something. And do you come or write back and tell me if your neighbor has woken up yet? Love, your pen pal. I'm thinking we might have a coma element to this story because he fell and hit his head with the thieves and the gun to his head, and they were carrying his neighbor out. Okay, maybe what the main character is doing is similar to Danny's Shine. He's like jumping between people's consciousnesses or something. Yeah, the cold spot on his head, that is a great twist. You're absolutely right about that being a sick twist, Harvey. Yeah, no, I like that. I like that. Like I like that the cold, and so I think the foot is going to be something else too. Like there's something going on with his foot, or maybe his foot's getting wet, like, and he's drowning, or he's gonna drown in something, who knows. We don't know why the foot is cold yet. That could be a different episode. He's not trapped there. I'll make an index of teasers for my story because I basically laid it out, the twist. He's not trapped. That he leaves is supposed to indicate that. For sure. Like Danny with Tony. Is his pen pal his future self, like Danny with Tony? So here's what I'll say. Like, I didn't necessarily mean, I don't know. Maybe I said trapped. I don't know. But, I guess the reason I was like, do we have a coma situation is kind of like, a hug will let me know you're reading this. That kind of part made me kind of think, that whoever this pen pal is, they're saying like, like, I'll feel it, if you move, if you squeeze my hand, sort of a thing. So I don't know. I just kind of got that vibe from it. Yeah, I'm sure she will play a bigger role. Obviously, the pen pal is important. Yeah, I guess, I don't want to make you give anything away that you don't want to give away, Harold, but got it. Yeah. I guess I didn't realize that in The Shining, trying to think, because I have seen The Shining kind of recently, but what is the boy's specific power in The Shining? Let's just talk about The Shining so we don't have to fucking like spoil the story that isn't, completed yet. I thought, his power was just to see ghosts and like communicate with the afterlife and people in the afterlife. I'm trying to think of the guy's speech where he's like, I have it too, the butler guy. I'll have to read the other parts again and see if I can find the Shining connection. Yeah, well, I think like Harold said, I think it's in this part, but I don't know. I'm certainly intrigued. I like the idea of these layers deep, right? It's something that doesn't involve only Danny and his shine, though. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking. Trying to think of like a mountaintop and these layers and like what the top of the mountain could be as opposed to other layers within the mountain, so to speak. It's definitely a brain twister. Everything is there for people to figure out what's going on, not just with Liam, but with the entire town on the mountaintop as well. Yeah, and obviously I've only read part 1. Harvey's read more. I just, yeah, I'm doing my own best to figure it out, but clearly I need to, read the other parts and get more into the story. But I do have to say I like this sort of cryptic element and the way that the writing sort of changed when he was out with the gun pushed to his head, like not 2 layers deep anymore or whatever. And the writing kind of became simplified in a way, I guess I would say. Yeah, episode 2 will be posted tomorrow. Yeah, cool. I mean, yeah, yeah, and I think clearly if they're not dead, like say that with the room numbers and the hallway and the people that are in the place, if these people aren't dead, you know, or something like that, you know, then there's a lot of, but he does sort of seem to be in charge, right? He's got a desk, he's got, there's a golden thing at the window, there's like a halo, there's a harp, you know, there's all this like symbol, like angelic symbolism. So like, you know, that's why I was thinking like, well, maybe he's a fallen angel and he's in hell, or maybe he's, you know, maybe this is a heaven, and I guess maybe heaven is a mountaintop, you know, you could say. And so, you know, there's some elements to that too. And he's the last man on the mountaintop in terms of he can go back and forth maybe between these kind of two zones, or these two, you know, whatever. It's interesting. It's really thought provoking, Harold. I really like it. Like, I wouldn't be theorizing or speculating this much if I wasn't interested, I guess. I think, I just kind of think that maybe, you know, I think that maybe a lot of people, not a lot of people, I think that some people might read this and go, I don't really know what the fuck that story was about, but it's only in episode 1, right? And you make that clear. So I think as long as you make it a little more clear as the episodes go on, I think it's going to be a great story. I just, I don't know. I'm stupid. Sometimes I like when ethereal things are explained to me, you know. Like, I know that a lot of writers will not do that. They'll be like, no, it's there for you to figure out if you want to understand it, if you don't. But I also know that, like, I benefit from people being like, this means this. When he says that he goes to this layer, he's in this sort of a place. Or, you know, but who knows with what you're working with. You might be doing like a whole Stephen King, like there's like mid-world, and then there's the other realities or like worlds and stuff. You know, you might be doing, there could be a lot going on. So 2 layers deep could mean, you know, a lot of things. It could be like a primal, there could be like a primal time, or like a primal whatever, and then a modern day whatever. And I forget how Stephen King refers to that, but there's like time periods. A lot of his books are set in kind of older time periods, but then there's like, this is in a modern day time or whatever, but then there's like the area that the gunslinger or whatever is from in those books, and that's like mid earth or Midgard or whatever he calls it. Yeah, and it's and whatever, it all connects, but in a not that specific of a kind of way where you can really like pinpoint, well, this connects to this and here and blah blah blah. So yeah, I'm just having fun theorizing about it. Midworld, yeah, I knew I was saying it wrong. I was like, I know it's not Middle Earth, although it is his Lord of the Rings. You know, people refer to the Gunslinger novels as Stephen King's Lord of the Rings, like, because it's one of his epic, you know, fantasy whatever esque things. And everything will be explained in the end. It's a slow burn though. Yeah, and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the not knowing. I think is a lot of fun. That'll get those as above, so below. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting. If he has a gun to his head, let's say that's the above, right? Where he had the gun to his head and was thrown down the stairs. It makes sense that, his forehead was cold and he felt that. So it's almost like, let's say the below is hell, just for my own theory's sake, or it's some sort of purgatory-esque place. But it's like, as he lives this life in purgatory, he's still living his life up above in the real world, so to speak. And so he's feeling these things that he's going through in his regular life up above as he's going through his afterlife, so to speak, in purgatory, hell, whatever you want to call it, afterlife, layer 2, whatever you want to call that. And that's I like that concept a lot. I think that's really interesting. That's a lot of fun. All right, well, I got to go to the bathroom. We have one more called Status Report. Doesn't seem too long. We'll get into it when I get back, but I'm going to grab something to drink, and yeah. BRB, enjoy watching Stretch and Fade. I think. Oh, did I?
This was a great time, I feel, for action films, because people weren't that smart. They could just make up anything.
I think I like
to your point of like ridiculous premises.
Yeah, I just like the idea that anything could be made.
Yeah.
It's really, really fun.
Yeah.
This is also at a point, too, where both of these actors, John Travolta had his career basically revamped from Pulp Fiction. Mm-hmm. And then, like, right out of the 80s into the early 90s, Nicolas Cage was considered, like, a very, goddamn, that time shift right in the video. Holy fuck. God damn, get that shit away. That's distracting. Thank you. Holy man. I just...
If you're listening on audio, you're missing out on Hunter's disgust.
If you're listening on audio, I don't even know why you clicked. Because you know what? I only like the people viewing us on YouTube. The producers on the deal. Hey guys, back in the back, they're giving me a big thumbs up right now.
Yeah.
they're like,
no, they're freaking out. They're like, no, we need.
No, stop being mean. Hey guys, we want to take a quick break to thank our sponsor of today's episode, Miracle Brand. Did you know that traditional bed sheets can harbor more bacteria than a toilet seat? It can lead to acne, allergies, and stuffy noses. And it's just gross. Miracle Made offers a whole line of self-cleaning, eco-friendly bedding such as sheets, pillowcases, and comforters that prevent 99% of bacteria and require 3 times less laundry. Their sheets include self-cooling properties for better quality sleep. They use silver-infused fabrics originally inspired by NASA.
Wow.
Miracle.
God damn it.
Because you've seen so much media that I feel like I'm going to say something that you go...
Like a giant engorged brain?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're like, fine, present it.
You're like, I see you haven't seen this film from 1974.
Well, I think that you're being a bit derivative of Nicolas Cage's work from the Coen Brothers films.
Yeah.
You want to do what now, Noel? I don't think so.
Man. Yeah.
This movie is fucking awesome. So good. Have you guys seen this movie? Raising Arizona? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Was this the time where Nick was considered a good actor?
Nicolas Cage is a phenomenal actor. The problem is that he will take any role, and the problem is a lot of directors don't have clear visions. The Coen brothers are like fucking phenomenal. Like they're probably some of the best directors of all time. And this movie you can tell even it's like a precursor to like even what Wes Anderson was gonna end up doing kind of thing. It's so, and that like Coen brothers and Paul Thomas Anderson are both kind of people where they can just make any kind of fucking movie.
Yeah.
Like Paul Thomas Anderson makes Boogie Nights with Mark Wahlberg, and you see his big old cock at the end of that.
Yeah.
And then fucking like 9 years later, he makes...
That's a cool detail.
It's the biggest thing that people are going to remember. Dirk Diggler. See his big old dick at the end. He says, I'm a star. He says shit like that. I'm a star, and he puts it back in his pants.
So, are you seeing that subreddit movie details?
Mm.
It's just like highlights little.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Did you see it there?
No, but
Oh.
I'm just laughing like that being like the top post.
That probably would be one of the top posts. It's a great one. It's also just, like such a bad prosthetic. Like it's such a clear fake dick.
Is it?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weird.
But then, yeah, Paul Thomas Anderson goes on to make There Will Be Blood. And you're like, this is the same fucking director who did Boogie Nights? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which Coen brothers are a little bit more, they have a bit more of a flavor to their movie.
Alright, sorry, I forgot to turn off the music while I left, but we're back. Yeah, I'm still fucking thinking about 2 layers deep. I think in other parts of that story, we're gonna have to figure out what 1 layer deep is. And maybe there's more layers too, you know. Very interesting. I'm going to be thinking on it for a minute. All right. On to status report. Thank you, Harold. That was a lot of fun. I'm definitely intrigued, and I'll be looking forward to part 2. Sorry, I thought, because I knew the post was like a few days old, I thought other parts were already out, but I guess if you say they're not, then they're not. But yeah, so I just assumed maybe there was already more to the story, but there will be, so who cares? And I just want to say real quick, thank you to for the shout out. Obviously, I'll say on stream to all these people, Rude Dude, Sully the Skeleton, Boots was in here, Harvey, Affectionate Leave. Yeah, it's just awesome, and yeah, I'm happy that you're on Discord now and stuff, and that we can chat, and I'll, maybe when part 2 comes out, or who knows, because like I said, I can't really commit to anything right now because I've been so busy, but at some point in the hopefully near future, we can get Harold on to maybe talk about this story or some of his other stuff. Like maybe once there's a few parts out, like part 3, or I don't know how many parts there's gonna be, but we can get Harold on the stream to chat, because that'll be, he's always in the chat, or a lot of times he is, so we get to talk to Harold in the chat, and we love that. But it would be cool to get to chat with you in person. I would really enjoy it, and I'm sure people watching would too. And that kind of, it's not an open invitation, but that goes for a lot of the people whose stories I'm reading. If I've read multiple of your stories, I feel like at some point I would probably like to chat with you, even if it's just briefly, doesn't have to be a big long thing or whatever, but yeah, it'd just be cool. I'm enjoying getting to meet the people behind some of these great stories. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, having said that, let's get into a new story from a new author, TheJellyToaster, which, can I just say, thank God, I appreciate you, JellyToaster, for just having a simple, pronounceable name. I really appreciate it. Same with, Harold and some of these other people. But so often on Reddit, it's like, number, letter, whatever, words mashed together in a way that's hard to tell where one ends and another begins. And the JellyToaster, I like it. I like the name. Bring him on, Thunderdome, or whatever, the Red Death extravaganza. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we could try to come up with a name for when we have guests on. I just call it, it's just the Red Death Mask live stream featuring whoever, but we could call it the Thunderdome. I like that. That's sick, What? It's a Mad Max reference, right? Isn't that what Thunderdome's from? Yeah, but anyways, we have status report. I refuse to say status. It is status report. Sci-fi horror. And we kind of just start in the middle of a conversation. So I'm trying to okay, I'm trying to get a sense for what this guy's voice, what I should do for this voice. What are you going to do about it? I don't. That was all Petrikov could say before my fist connected with his jaw, knocking him off balance as he stumbled towards the ground. You don't get to decide things anymore. You're the reason we're in this mess, I spat, my anger growing by the second. Our mission was simple. Stay on the maintenance space station as it drifted through its predetermined route. Be on standby while the station autonomously performed the repairs needed on the Ganymede resupply post. Then get our happy asses back home to collect the check. Easy money, they said. My hand ached. I guess I hit Petrikov harder than I intended as I flexed my fingers, and with that motion, I was brought back to the start of the mission before things had gotten so bad. Mission start. I had just sealed my gloves, the last step before Central Command would tell you which transportation pod to board. So you got that, Ellis? Chief Adams asked. Yeah, sounds normal enough, I responded, not having listened to a word he said. I had been doing this so long that I just knew how to do the work without thinking about it anymore. It was all routine. Standing in the transportation pod, I moved my eyes around to see how many crew members I'd have this time. It's funny. It doesn't matter if you are in a team of 3 or a team of 12. They always positioned our restrainer seats facing at least one other member. This would be nice if you could actually move and talk, but since you're restrained, the only real options you have are either glancing around, making awkward eye contact with the person in front of you, or you could close your eyes and go to sleep. I chose the latter. Once we were docked onto the MSS and released the transportation pod, the job was pretty much over. I had worked on enough of these maintenance missions to know we literally just sit here and wait until the station begins its auto nav to our destination. Aside from something going wrong, we really didn't have much to do. 3 of us stood there. No one introduced himself, just stood there looking around the room. Does anyone else see that? The taller one of the men facing me asked, pointing to a loose panel on the bulkhead. Now that I saw it myself, it did seem out of place in an otherwise flawless assembly of the station's walls. Without a word, the shorter, stockier of the two walked over and fixed the panel. I will be in my cot. If there's an emergency, talk to me. Otherwise, leave me alone, he said flatly. I'd like to say that after that, there was an emergency, but the reality is nothing happened for a long time. I had come to learn that the taller of the two men is named Weston, and for all that he told me, he seems to be a decent guy. Has a family back home, a wife, and some older kids. A wife and some older kids. Took the job so that he could afford to retire himself and his wife, considering he will be about retirement age by the time we come back. I'll most likely be in my 50s. I don't know about the fat man, as he hasn't left his cot since the first day. To be honest, we only know he's still alive because he snores really loudly whenever he sleeps. I was sitting at the table listening to Weston complain about the recluse when an echoing beep came through the station's conference room. Shit, I said, hearing a beep is not good. A beep means command sent us a message. If command had bothered to send us a message, that means something really bad must have happened, given how long it would take for any kind of back and forth communication to happen. Without a word, Weston and I made our way towards the conference room. When we got there, however, I saw the antisocial man standing in the center of the room, a greenish-white egg in his hand. "All right, which one of you two put this here?" he asked, staring at us. "Don't know. That's not mine," I said with a shrug. "I didn't put that there either," Weston replied, avoiding eye contact with the man in front of him. A thick silence hung in the air as we stood there, looking at one another. After a moment, the man sat the egg on the table, which promptly rolled off the table and cracked onto the floor next to us, seeping out a green goo. "Looks like it's not an issue anymore," I said. "Aha," the man said sarcastically before continuing. I'll send a status report to Central Command so they're aware of it, but I guess it was nothing, so sorry for the bother." "It's fine. What's your name anyways?" Weston asked, but I could sense he wanted this conversation to end sooner rather than later. "Petrikov," the man said before walking away towards his hermitage. I thought nothing of it, honestly. Probably just leftover cargo from another expedition. As I was turning back toward my own solitude, Weston asked, "Should we clean this or?" "Nah, fuck it," I said. "We didn't bring it on board, so it's not really our problem, honestly. I'm sure it'll be fine." After that, life aboard the MSS resumed its monotony for a while. The egg was cleaned up at some point and things went back to normal. It's strange to be in that kind of routine as you find yourself seeking the comfort of doing mundane things, even when the most exciting part of said routine was whenever the panel fell off on the bulkhead, or we had to send out our bi-weekly status report to Central to let them know we were still alive and doing our jobs. Sometimes, though, Command would ask us if we had any messages for our families, which was nice of them to do. It was while I was filling out one of these forms that I first heard Weston scream. I got to the conference room. As soon as I stood there, and stood there as I processed the scene before me. There should be a as soon as I could or something. Weston was standing in front of a green thing. It's hard to explain how it looked, but it was like someone had made a troll-sized Play-Doh sculpture of a human. Indents placed where facial features and other openings would have been. Its hands didn't really end in fingers, but sort of stocky stumps, perfectly rounded at its tips. What the fuck? I said, staring in awe, not really knowing what I was looking at. While I could tell that the thing in front of us was alive, it wasn't attacking us, not yet anyways. Petrikov pushed past me into the room, stopping mid-step when he realized what we were dealing with. "You two," he barked, looking at Weston and I. "Out of the room now. Grab something we can use as a weapon." "A weapon? What?" I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. But was it really smart to make this thing feel threatened? Would we even be able to do anything if it chose to attack? "Petrikov, relax, man. Let's just quarantine the room with sealant, foam, and contact command," I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Don't tell me what the fuck to do, and don't fucking touch me," he said, shrugging off my hand. "The fact that this alien is standing in front of us means whatever spacecraft is used was undetected by our station. Contacting command would just take too long, and I have a bad feeling about this. Looking at it makes me feel like I'm growing a tumor inside my fucking head." "And what if it didn't use a spacecraft to get here?" I asked. He was right, though. This thing did have a subtle sense of wrongness attached to it. Then God help us. While we waited for Weston's return, with what would hopefully be a solution to our situation, the creature just stood there, not really doing anything. Looking at it was strange. I felt weirdly attached to it. I knew that didn't make sense. The weird alien obviously was not supposed to be here, but at the same time, it was almost like whenever I would look at it, I would see a younger version of myself. Who I was. That little kid who used to chase squirrels at the park and loved dinosaurs. I found myself looking at its face the most. Its indents were just so weird. I couldn't really look away from them. The angles and shadows almost hypnotized me. Wait, did it just grow an eye? I couldn't really tell if that was what they were. In the indents where eyes would be on a person's face, there were two small holes. To be honest, I couldn't really tell if they were actual holes or just black pupils staring back at me. "I found these guys," Weston said, carrying what appeared to be a bottle of sealant foam and a dinging hammer. I didn't really know which way we wanted to go with this. He trailed off, looking at the ground. Petrikov took the dinging hammer from Weston, and before we could say anything, he lunged at the creature and hit it with the hammer firmly on the side of its head. One hit was all he could get, however, because the hammer got stuck to its skin the moment it made contact. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't friendly anymore after that. It was hard to describe the sound it made. I couldn't really hear it, but I felt it making its way to the inside of my brain like a parasite, gnawing away at my head. And I just knew shit had hit the fan then. That's when I noticed Petrikov beside me. His ears were bleeding. Petrikov, get back! I shouted before I snatched the bottle from Weston and just started spraying the thing head to toe in foam. I wasn't sure if it would do anything, but this is all we had. Stepping back, I continued to spray the foam, coagulating it all into a huge pile with the creature stuck in the middle. I sprayed then, hoping that if there was a god out there, it would be kind enough to grant us a quick death if this thing got out. We're getting better weapons and we're going back in there. We're getting better weapons and we're going back in there, Petrikov barked, his words cutting through the silence. Absolutely not, I retorted. I don't want to either. I don't know who's talking here, but I don't want to either. We need to blockade this section completely and make foam. Fine. I will come back with better weapons and kill it. Petrikov cut him off. What the fuck is your problem? I snapped at him, my growing dislike for him hardening into hatred. It's like you're hell-bent on getting us killed. We're not going to try engaging with this thing any further. We have to contain it completely before it does anything else, and I won't let you jeopardize it. And what are you going to do about it? I don't. That was all And what are you going to do about it? I don't. And that was all Petrikov could say before my fist connected with his jaw, knocking him off balance as he stumbled towards the ground. You don't get to decide things anymore. You're the reason we're in this mess. I spat, my anger growing by the second. Our mission was simple. Stay on the maintenance space station as it drifted through its predetermined route. Be on standby while the station autonomously performed repairs needed on the Ganymede resupply post. Then get our happy asses back home to collect the check. Easy money, they said. My hand ached. I guess I hit Petrikov harder than I intended. So is it repeating? I think it is repeating. Or no, maybe it's just trying to catch us up to where it started. With that motion, I was brought back to the start of the mission before things had gotten so bad. But that was then, and I had to prioritize my survival now. You motherfucker, Petrikov said as he stood up and started closing the space between us, but Weston blocked his path at the last moment. Petrikov tried to push past him, but Weston was stronger. Fuck you both, he said, defeated. I'm telling you, if we don't kill that thing now, we're going to die. You tried to hammer it, and it just made things worse, I said, checking my ears. Yup, I was bleeding too. Maybe we can burn it if blunt force won't do it. This is Weston, sorry. Maybe we can burn it if blunt force won't do it. Petrikov staring at him like he was stupid all the while. No, we can't make a controlled fire in here. The sprinklers would kick in before it got big enough to burn it, I said, shutting the idea down. We could try acid, I said, desperately reaching for a solution. And where the fuck would we get that, genius? Petrikov said sarcastically. unless you can synthesize your own from cleaning supplies. We don't have anything corrosive enough to melt that thing. There it is. There's my Russian. I was trying to do kind of a Russian or just like Eastern European, but we cannot stay among people who, and even then, what would you do? Just throw it. Just throw it on it? Jesus, I'm surrounded by idiots, he said, putting his palm to his face. Fuck you, I said. Fuck you. Enough, Weston shouted. I'm not going to die here because you two assholes can't get along. Typo here. Ellis cut it with the slick shit and helped me think. Ellis cut it with the slick shit and helped me think here, he added, staring at me. We stood there in a suffocating silence. We were feet away from an alien while being stuck. I'm just really surprised that they haven't. I know that the message won't get to command, but send out an SOS. Jesus Christ, there's a fucking alien on board. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that, like, Petrikov's like, we gotta kill it now. And then they're like, we gotta contain it or whatever. I'm like, I would be sending out the SOS. Obviously contain it. Like, that is smart, I think, to do. Assuming that it doesn't just absorb the foam like it fucking absorbed the hammer or whatever. And yeah, I mean, go from there. But send out the SOS. You know, contain, protect, arm yourselves to protect yourselves best you can. But, like, I would say don't engage. Definitely don't stare at it like Ellis was, I mean, our narrator. I don't think he's dumb, but I think he just got caught up in the being's supernatural, like, powers or, you know, whatever. And so that's the other thing. I'm like, do not fucking, you know, do not sit there and look at it either, you know, because it's going to start. I think when it's going to get out of this foam, or it's going to, like, tear out of the foam or whatever, and it's going to be, like, more human. I'm thinking it's like a mimic, because the fact that he's, like, staring at it and thinking about how it reminds him of him, I think that's, like, part of its, you know, it, like, forms a bond with somebody until it can, like, copy them fully, and then, yeah, or something like that. Maybe, I'm thinking. It's just weird that it's, like, this gelatinous, like, clay or whatever it was saying, like, that makes me think it's, like, a formless alien until it, like, takes the shape of something else, you know? Like, is it a krill or cree? I don't know. But there's a few, like, in different science fiction and stuff, there's a few mimic alien type, you know. We were feet away from the alien while being stuck on a space station that won't reach its destination for years, with no real way to get external help. You know, no. Petrikov started a weird tone to his voice. We could do a manual override of the station and careen it into a nearby asteroid. It would kill us, but the thing would die too. What? No. I want to make it home to my family, man. This job wasn't supposed to be dangerous. Weston protested, obviously starting to panic. You think I want to die? Would you rather that shit follow us to Ganymede? Kill everyone at the post? Petrikov said, getting in Weston's face. Or maybe have it come home to Earth and just kill people there instead. He continued, trying to get a reaction out of Weston. While they were arguing, I was thinking out ideas. There was something we could do which only might have been our only option at this point. What if we, instead of overriding the navigation, we did that to the sprinklers? That way we could burn this thing. Fire extinguishers on standby in case the fire starts to spread or gets out of control, I said, cutting them both off. Petrikov chuckled. Looks like you don't have shit for brains after all, he said, something not too dissimilar from respect creeping into his voice. That was our plan, and we followed it. I stood on the opposite side of the doorframe as Weston, as we watched Petrikov walk into the room, one of his smuggled bottles of alcohol in one hand and a wet rag in the other. By this point, most of the foam had dissolved. It seemed that whatever this creature was, it was acidic to some capacity. Even as I recount it now, I can hear the constant sizzling that surrounded us, ticking time bomb mere feet away, just waiting to explode. After a few moments passed, we saw the top of its head poke out of the freshly burnt section of the foam mound. Knew then that was our opening. Petrikov took a few steps forward and launched the bottle at crack. That was the last sound I heard before the explosion. I stood up from the ground and stood in terror at what I saw. The wires around us were now on fire, with debris blown everywhere. I could see Petrikov lying limply on the ground. It looked like he was blown back into the wall. He wasn't breathing anymore. As I looked into the conference room, I could see that the foam ate most of the blast, so thankfully our hull wasn't compromised. But as I looked past the flames, the surrounding structural damage, I saw Weston. He was talking to the thing. Weston, get away from it, I shouted, but he didn't react. I started walking towards him, but he turned around and yelled, Get away from Petrikov! Weston rushed me and started beating on me like an ape. I was shocked and slow to react, so he nailed me in the face hard. Ellis, come here and help me kill it. Ellis, I'm the one that he's attacking. What the hell does he mean, Ellis? Oh, fuck. I looked at the thing behind Weston, and while it was hard to make out its features, it looked like me. Boom, called it. See? Weston, that's not me, I tried to shout while defending myself from his attacks. But it was no use. It was like he wasn't able to hear me. And I knew what I had to do. So yeah, Weston's mind control. I mean, this thing is really a multiple threat. It's got acidic skin. It's got some sort of sonic weapon. It fucking has mind control. It sounds like, yeah. I mean, at this point, I would just be like, "You're the new leader. We will serve you." Clearly, you are a superior being, you know? I started to fight back. I curled my hands into fists and just started hitting him. First, I focused on his body, but no matter how hard I hit him, he wouldn't stop, so I started hitting him in the face. It wasn't until I got lucky and one of my punches connected with his jaw that he went down. A lot of jaw punching in this. Exhausted, I stood there looking over Weston's body. "I'm sorry, friend." I turned my focus to the alien. The source of all our pain and suffering stood there in front of me and was unarmed. This thing could fuck with people's heads, so what chance did I stand? But at the same time, that is precisely why I had to make sure this thing didn't make it out. It can't escape the MSS, no matter what. I then looked at it. If I wasn't sure before, I can now say with certainty that it did in fact have eyes. They were big, too big for its head and too human-like for an alien. And even though I knew this, I still hesitated. I didn't want to hurt it. After all this, I stood here looking at it. I couldn't understand why. But while I was aware that this thing was I think it's supposed to be threat, right? While I was aware this thing was a threat, my body just wouldn't move toward it. Would it really be so bad if it lived? Maybe it was just scared. I snapped myself out of it. What was I thinking? If I couldn't fight it, I had to run. I turned around and started running. The thing seemingly reacted by releasing a horrible sound again. I fell off balance as I ran through the station's different sections, but thankfully, whatever this thing was, it could not move fast. I slammed open the doors of the control room of the station and barricaded them immediately. Not sparing a second, I immediately began overriding the station's navigation systems, resetting us to a nearby asteroid. Then I disabled the landing procedures. And so that brings us to now. Last I checked, ETA was approximately 8 Earth minutes. Won't be long now. Command, I hope that this recounting of events reaches you, and if it does, please tell my family I love them. Tell my wife I'm sorry and that I love her. Tell my little boy I love him more than he could know. It's getting closer now. I hear the sizzling through the door. Soon it will breach that and corrode my barricade. I see them too, Petrikov and Weston. They're smiling at me and telling me to take down the barricade, let the alien in. He's just a friend. They'll say, like, I don't know any better. It's like this thing thinks I'm stupid or something. Well, no matter. My time is coming soon, and I'll be damned if I let that bastard get to me. He'll have to fight for it. I sent the message. Now all I had to do was wait. The sizzling was louder now, quickly followed by the sound of my barricade corroding and falling apart. Looking at it, I pointed my index finger to the visor above me, displaying an ever-growing asteroid inching closer by the second. I knew it understood when its eyes looked back at me once more. I saw fear in its eyes. That was a lot of fun. That was just a good, classic, like, quick banger. It progressed quickly. I think the alien was cool. And yeah, I just really liked, like, how just sweet that was. Like, not too short and sweet, so I don't want to say that, but it's like it's got a lot in it. There's Petrikov, there's Weston, there's Ellis, there's all this stuff. The creatures got cool stuff. I don't like how they're smiling. It seemed too much like the smiling ones or whatever that Creepcast episode was. I think it would just be better if they're just staring their blanked face like, let him in, he's nice, And then I do like seeing fear in its eyes because it's this idea that, like, I do think the monster, the alien was, was potentially a threat and would have hurt them and as well as other people if it got out. But I still like that it has fear. He's like, I saw fear in its eyes. Because even the most like intelligent life form or whatever, if it knows that it's gonna die, I have to imagine that even, something way more advanced than a human might still feel fear. Fear is like a very natural survival response. So any evolved creature is going to understand things that threaten them, and so I like that aspect of it. Like I said, the smiling, I mean, it was just the one mention of it, but like that I didn't love, but everything else I thought was pretty cool and punchy and really like, it was like there was this green egg. They don't know who it belonged to. They thought it might be left over from another mission. They don't really know how it got there. I assume the green egg was obviously this creature, but we don't really know that either. They're like, it could have gotten on, it could have a spaceship that got onto our ship. Could have teleported aboard, and that's fun too. And so I like the idea that there are other. This was just one creature, one egg got left behind. Like these things are out there on the Ganymede resupply posts or whatever. It's like they're already infiltrating, people. And so it's this cool idea of like, aliens being among us, but it's literally on a spaceship with, 3 other people. And, yeah, it's just a lot of fun. I think that a sci-fi where it takes this sort of angle where they're not like scientists who are real, they're there for money and they're on this really long mission and, nothing can go wrong and then something does. And I think that that's a really fun way to take it. I think a lot of people get turned off by sci-fi or they think that like, well, I couldn't write a sci-fi, but not anyone could write this story because I don't mean that. I think that this person's creative and did a really good job, especially with like the creature design and the alien and stuff. But I mean that like, a lot of people could like adapt a story to have sci-fi elements if they would just do it this simply. That's what I mean by like the simplicity of the story is where it really thrives and is what's kind of genius about it, because rather than try to, they talk through the science of like how to fight the creature or destroy it. Like, should we burn it with fire? We can't, the sprinklers, but it's all very, simple stuff that makes sense that you wouldn't need like some profound scientific knowledge to write this, and that's what I think is fun. And I think it's accurate to like a real life, long space mission and what that would entail and what would happen if just an alien imposter showed up on that. And that's really cool. I think that's really, really fun. And I do like the idea of this creepy, small, like Play-Doh thing rather than like a scaly, you know, whatever. There's so often, you know, aliens like are shown to be animalistic in some sort of way, but I almost like the idea that it has no, I mean, they just talk about the dimples on it and how they kind of mesmerize you and look, you know, whatever, uncanny, but like it's not, you know, it doesn't have scales or it doesn't have hair. It's just a completely different life form from anything we've ever seen. And then it gets to a point where it completely copies him. And that's what is kind of cool about that too, because it shows that like from its infancy or from like the very first point, its survival mechanism is that it just copies the species around it. So it immediately like draws them in with this like psychic connection and whatever, and then it just takes that form, you know, and that, again, I think is like a really, like it makes sense to me from like a sci-fi standpoint and from like a xenomorphology, whatever it's called, when like in Star Trek, when they study alien life forms, like it makes sense that it's not going to come out of the egg like looking like a, you know, a weird chicken salamander or something. You know, it's not going to come out looking like that. It's going to come out having basically no features and just kind of being a small, undefined thing, and then slowly over time it gets the eyes and it gets, you know, it takes shape. And I think that's the part that I like the most about the story, is just the creature design. It's cool. It was a great fun story. I really I like simple one-offs like this, you know, simple onesie bangers that are short and sweet and, you know, kind of start in the middle of the action. I think that's another thing the story does well, is it starts with the punch and then it goes, well, let me tell you about, you know, what our mission was supposed to be. And then we get to the point where they're at in the mission where they've, you know, where he's punched the guy and he's punched Petrikov. And then the story kind of resets and goes, but I can't think about that now. I got to focus on survival. And then it kind of just goes into that. And I think that like, it was just very nice. There's something about the way that it told the backstory, and then it got us to the point that we're at now. And it didn't feel forced at all. It didn't feel like at all. It was just a very clean, punchy, you know, fun story. I think a lot of people would benefit from, you know, because some people try to do the non-linear thing, and you know, this is a very simple like, we start in the middle of the action. You know, it's almost like a 90s movie in that sense. It's like it starts in the middle of the action, then it cuts back to the beginning, gets you to the beginning, and then you're about like 30 minutes into the movie or whatever, you know, the exposition part's done and you're back to that point in the action, and then you go, okay, boom, what's going to happen now? And it just something about the way that it did that, like through the plot, you know, it just felt very satisfying. It felt very Alien, very 90s movie-esque, you know, like early but good sci-fi where you know, there's a problem on the space station, alarms are going off, whatever, and then you're like, holy shit, you know, they're like, we've only got 8 minutes, and then boom, it cuts back to them and they're getting ready to take off from Earth or whatever, and it just did that so nicely. It's a cool story, man. Thank you, JellyToaster. I think this was a great one. I would love to check out more of your stuff, because I think, yeah, as far as one-offs went, like this was great. It was it had all the stuff that made it fun horror. And then it also had that classic kind of horror ending where he's like, I sent out my report. I'm doing, we're about to run into an asteroid, baby. And I liked that too. As far as a, online horror creepypasta goes. I do think the egg thing is kind of, it's simple, right? It's like there's a green fucking egg. Who left this here? I think it's simple, but I don't think it needs to be like a lot more complex than that. I do think it's kind of funny that like Petrikov just finds it and is like, who put this here? You know what I mean? I think there's probably a lot of different ways to do that. And I could tell that you're like, well, what if he just finds an egg, and that I think is fine because ultimately it's just a device for, how is the alien found on the ship, and there's really a million different ways that can happen, right? And so I think it was fun. I think some people might go like, it's kind of the whole giant egg things from Creepcast where they're like, really, an egg? But I don't know. It didn't bother me, I guess is what I'm saying. I think that that's such a little part of the story that it almost doesn't matter. Had the alien just teleported aboard and there was no egg part at all, what really would have changed in the story other than they're like, there's other ones of these things out there. If we kill this one, it's not going to matter because they can just teleport more aboard, sort of a thing. So yeah, it's just something to think about. It's something I briefly thought about when I was like, is the egg where the alien came from? But honestly, once it got into the actual design of the creature and stuff, then I just didn't really care anymore. Because if you kept the monster like in the shadows or whatever else, then I'd be like, all we really have to go off of is the egg, right? That's kind of what I think was the problem with Gregory 88, or one of the problems with the eggs being, it's like we got these blurry photos and we got like descriptions, like they eat the eyes and they came from the water, but you don't really ever get to see the creatures or have them described to you in detail. And so all you really get are these giant eggs on shore, and then they go to the water. And, Hunter was, calling them giant chickens. In my opinion, they were more like, a bird, reptile type weird things, chicken-esque, sure. But, yeah, I in my opinion, it's like you can't. You need to have a cool creature design that's like defined. If you're gonna go with like, oh, there was a giant egg, in the forest, but this is we're already in a space station with space travel and all that stuff. Like, we're already in the context where, sure, an egg could be left aboard a ship, or, a frozen pod could be found, a cryo sleep thing. And they're like, they were smuggling a fucking, a life form from a far off planet, There's a lot of ways that sort of shit can go down. And I love the alien aspect of this. I like the way that it's like the movie Alien, and that they're just kind of truckers or they're maintenance people, and it's just fun. I think that that simplicity of it makes it a lot of fun, and because enough thought went into the physical design of the creature, it didn't bother me that it's just an egg left aboard. Now, with like a Gregory 88, like I said, there were some blurry pictures and some parts were described, but there wasn't really a lot of physical thought into the actual, mechanics and design of that creature. And so that's where I feel like that story kind of fell flat. But this one did, and it was cool, and like the powers were cool, and the corrosive acidic aspect of it, and the hammer sticking to his head, I think is really cool too. It's like that's what it does. It's like things come up and touch it, and then it just kind of like absorbs them and melts them down and copies them. I think that's cool. So yeah, what a banger story. I don't know if anyone is still here in the chat. If you are, thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been another RedDeathMask stream. I appreciate you all. Go follow the TheJellyToaster. Follow I'll upvote this story. I think I already upvoted Harold's too. So, but upvote, comment on stories. What up, Harold? I knew you'd be here. No, yeah, okay. I already upvoted yours. Perfect. Make sure to comment on stories. Make sure to go to Tales from the Creep and read people's stories and upvote them and contribute to the community. Yeah, you too, Harvey. Thank you. Yeah, I really liked that last one. That was fun. And also don't forget to check out Transmission. Here's the post on Tales from the Creeps, but check this out. This is a new cool ARG. Me and Harvey are both checking out. And yeah, it seems pretty sick so far. I talked a lot more about it at the beginning, so I'll just leave it at that. But we look forward to The Last Man on the Mountaintop, episode 2. And yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, if you're watching the stream and you have already submitted a story on my Calling All Authors post, I'm still working my way through that. So, don't be too sad or feel like I forgot about your story. And then also to those people who have messaged me recently and asked me to, read their story or read another story, I will get to it. But again, it might not be that soon because I got a lot going on in my life right now. But I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's just a pleasure as always. You guys are awesome. It's so fun to read your stories and to see the different styles and the different takes, from the comedy horror to the the sci-fi to the surreal. They all were so different today, but all so fun in their own ways. And yeah, like I say, it's every time, every time I come on stream, it's always a blast. And that's because of the community that we have. And I don't think, I think a lot of people, I think let me put it this way. I think more people should focus on the community that we can find here at Tales from the Creeps, and just in these horror communities online. And promoting your story is great, and becoming better as a writer is, of course, the goal. It's why we're all here, but I think that, just learning from each other and making friends and connecting with each other is one of the best ways to do that. If you're only focused on your story and how your stuff is doing and who's reading or who's commenting on your stuff, it's going to feel pretty lonely on the subreddit or online in general. But if you're commenting on other people's stuff and and supporting other people and promoting other people's stuff, then that is ultimately what makes your experience in this community a lot richer. So just be sure to do that. I know I'm a broken record, but I will keep saying it because it is important. And I'm a legend and not a scholar. Thank you. Thanks, Boots. I appreciate that. I'm not a scholar. I dropped out, but I do try to be a legend when I can. So thank you. I appreciate you all. Yeah, and that'll be it. Make sure to get your submissions in for all the different writing contests and stuff that I know Tales from the Creeps does it, and then I know Cult Publishing, people are voting. I don't know if voting's closed, but people are voting for stories, but they're coming out with a magazine. So, make sure to submit to them and keep supporting them too, because that's really cool. Thank you guys so much. I will hopefully see you maybe in a week or so, maybe sometime this week. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how work goes, but adios.